our 2023 board retreat. I want to make sure that we keep us on time because we have a full agenda. And I want to make sure everybody has fun and we learn from each other. And I'm really excited about the fact that everybody's here this morning. And I want to thank you in advance for dedicating time today and tomorrow. I know everybody's super busy, but you understand the importance of us focusing as a board to really serve the communities of the whole region. And so first, we're going to have Ruth here to provide interpretation for us. And if anyone is interested in grabbing a headphone set, please go ahead and go see her so you can get that. And then we're also, tomorrow we're going to be joined by Chairman John Chrisman of the Viejas Band of Kumeyaay Indians. But in the meantime, I'd like to express our appreciation to Viejas for welcoming us here today this week. And I'm also going to start today with the Kumeyaay land acknowledgement. So for millennia, the Kumeyaay people have been a part of this land. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy, we promote this balance and harmony, and we find inspiration from this land, the land of the Kumeyaay. Let's go ahead and start with non-agenda public and member comments. Amberlyn, do you have any public comments?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have 5 requests for non-agenda public comments, starting with Toshi Ishihara, followed by Gretchen Newsom.
And just a reminder, we're going to go ahead and do what we do at our board meeting, which everybody will have, public comment members will have 2 minutes, and then if we have any other public comments, we're going to go ahead and take them at the end of the day today. All right? Go ahead.
Can I start? Okay, my name is Toshi Ishihara. I'm a climate change and also transportation equity advocate with SANDAG 350. In February of 2021, SANDAG adopted its commitment to equity and also approved the first equity framework for inclusion in the regional transportation plan. However, historically, people of color like myself and then low-income families greatly suffered from policies of discrimination by the government and some private entities. Impact of the redlining from 1930s are still visible and then felt even today in this region. White and wealthy people were the beneficiary of those redlining and other policies of discrimination. So many of us, including my white friends, family believe that SANDAG's commitment to equity in regard to its priority, plans and processes, including board meetings and decisions, are the key for this region to move forward, not move backward. Create a truly equitable society that guarantees equal opportunities for housing, school, job, mobility, climate change mitigation, and others for all people. Furthermore, the people in the historically marginalized racial groups and communities must be given priority so that the disparity intentionally created in the past will be fixed. Therefore, I strongly encourage the SANDAG board members to review the equity statement, renew your commitment to the equity, and decide what's the best for the future of this entire region, not just for a small number of people. Thanks for listening to my comment.
Thank you. Up next is Gretchen Newsom, followed by Mary Davis.
Good morning, SANDAG board members. It is so wonderful to see all of you here in person today. I'm Gretchen Newsom on behalf of IBEW Local 569 and our 3,600 union electricians and power professionals. We're also proud members of the Quality of Life Coalition. Many of you are aware of this coalition and have collaborated with us, but there are so many new faces that I'd like to share our mission statement just to help set the tone about our values, because we're hoping that you're going to support those values today. So we seek to invest our public dollars in a socially and environmentally equitable manner to build a vibrant, inclusive economy that delivers environmental and economic justice, lifts up communities, and creates healthier communities while addressing the climate crisis and ensures natural resource conservation. IBW 569 also supports the new regional transportation plan. We worked really hard with you to get you here to this day. And that regional transportation plan and all the projects and efforts, we support it because it's going to build out a modern transportation system that boosts our economy, combats climate change, creates quality construction careers, and we also love those youth opportunity passes. We want to see those move forward. So I'd like to also share with you and put into the record that while we're no longer talking about the road usage charge, it's been removed from the regional transportation plan, so that's not really the issue. We want you to be mindful about the equity concerns. It comes as no surprise. I represent the electricians. I drive a 100% electric vehicle, zero-emission vehicle, but there's an equity component to this that really needs to be addressed. So my battery was down to just a quarter of a tank the other day. I had to go and plug it in over at Caltrans, and I was charged only $19.38 to fill up my tank or recharge my battery. Anyone else that is driving a gas-powered vehicle is going to pay triple that amount. I, as an EV driver, I'm not paying my fair share for the roads that I use. And so as we proceed forward, we really need to think about the equity component for how are we going to pay for all of this infrastructure in an equitable manner. So, surprise, IBW 569 supports abolishing the gas tax. And we support replacing it with a more equitable, strategic, smart manner of collecting these resources so that we can build out a proper and a robust infrastructure mass transit system. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Up next is Mary Davis, followed by Carolina Martinez.
Good morning, Board. Mary Davis here, wishing you all a warm welcome to my humble hamlet and transit desert of Alpine. Not sure how most of you got here, but since the Pony Express and Stagecoach no longer run through, most of us who live here wholly rely on driving. And as a gentle reminder, even though you've made it this far east, you're still only 1/3 of the way through our geographically diverse county. So when I hear things like a regional plan that works for all, I'm here to tell you, no, it doesn't. I also want to touch on grave concerns I have about the RUC, which I know Chair Vargas assures us that it won't be in the plan, unless, of course, CARB and or the state mandate it, in which case it will because, well, your hands are tied, right? While the political machinations play out, I've been in communication with some of your staff about the transponder technology, particularly in light of your recent legislative update. Item 3 touched on the need for alleviation of current constraints on transponder technology. It made me wonder exactly what those constraints are, and here's part of the answer. Quote, current transponder technology does not provide ability to provide information if a vehicle carries more than one commuter. Not sure about you, but that seems extremely intrusive for government or bureaucratic agencies to aspire to know by default how many people are in my vehicle. Given today's climate of social justice and your commitment to equity, I can't help but see the parallels with civil rights organizations' concerns about smart streetlights and camera technologies that are being pushed forth by local police departments. More tellingly, I'm flummoxed that many of you find those concerns valid while turning around and telling those of us who have grave concerns about the tracking potential for a REC mechanism that our concerns are overblown. Please do not talk out of both sides of your mouth. The need for privacy justice is real, particularly since it is a foundational tenet of existential human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Carolina Martinez, followed by Catherine Rhodes.
Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Carolina Martinez with the Environmental Health Coalition and the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. We're here to ensure the board retreat centers its commitment to equity. Equity means we look at the past and fix the disparity. And let us be clear that it is not simply dividing things equally from the time moving forward. Policy decisions made in this board, by this board in previous years planned, funded, and constructed transportation systems that left 70% of the jobs in the region without a connection to transit, a transportation system that is the main source of greenhouse gas emissions, and a system that is intentionally leaving behind 88% of low-income communities of color without access to reliable transit. In other words, racist policies hurt the economy and create greenhouse gas emissions. We need this board to act on equity by advancing policy solutions that result in buses running every 10 minutes, a 20-minute trolley ride from the border to the downtown area, 24-hour service so that workers can connect to the jobs early and late at night. It is not only urgent for low-income communities of color, it is essential to the region's economy. While environmental racist policies affect people of color the most, they also impact everyone's economy and increase greenhouse gas emissions. We ask that the board elevates the importance that equity has in advancing solutions for the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Catherine Rhodes.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. I wanted to tell you a story about bulkheads and how they relate to my plan for full tideland reclamations for SANDAG's airport connectivity project. Basically, bulkheads are walls. That's all they are. So in the 90s, when I was a civil and environmental student at SDSU, I went to the Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers planning meetings, and this guy had a screensaver of a cross-section of the middle of the ship, and it showed all these cantilever bulkheads and a change in tolerance, probably about 30 feet. And so everybody told me it was due to the sun, the heat of the sun, because of the coefficient of thermal expansion. I was like, no way. I just took classes last semester at San Diego State, in steel structure and material science. No possible way. I went and did my calculations. I was right. NASCO bought themselves a new steel cutting machine. Everything was great. And so basically, that's when I knew that I could hang with the big boys as it relates to engineering. And so my La Playa plan, what I call it is a full tidelands reclamation. And what would it be is, first you'd have one bulkhead wall going from Pacific Beach, or basically downtown San Diego River all the way down to Mexico, another one, and then you embed it all the way down to the formation materials, and then you build up. And so what that does is that it gives you a good foundation on what to do things. And so this is what I'm hoping that you'll do for your airport connectivity plan, that you won't do aerial things, you'll do everything underground. And instead of having everything up on stilts, you would actually have it all the way down until the good formation material. Good examples of, and this is called a bathtub foundation. And so, when I pushed it, what was great is the Navy Broadway complex actually is doing a bathtub foundation after I, talked to them so much. And then so is the Seaport Village. But I don't see that SANDAG is going to be doing it for the airport connectivity, and I just want to make sure that you do that you have that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes the non-agenda public comment.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that I say to everyone, do we have any member comments at this time? All right, seeing none. I just want to remind folks. Oh, yes, Ms. Melendez.
Thank you. I wanted to take an opportunity to say thank you. Am I live? There we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Katie Melendez with the City of Vista. I just wanted to say hello, as this is my first board meeting with you today, and I'm very pleased and proud to be representing the City of Vista. I wanted to say thank you for some of the community comments that were made. The City of Vista recently passed a resolution to abolish the gas tax, and I believe that that is something that other agencies can take on as well, because we really do need an equitable solution to how we're going to continue to fund transportation infrastructure. And I will just ask for a simple accommodation from the board. During the meeting, there may be times where I would prefer to stand, as that will be most comfortable for me, but I assure you that I will give you my full attention. I'm sure others can relate to how uncomfortable and unnatural it can be to be sitting for long periods of time. So I appreciate you making that accommodation for me.
Of course. whatever, I mean, anything that makes everybody comfortable as long as you're present and we're getting the work done. So thank you so much and welcome. All right, seeing no other member comments, I just want to remind folks that as a SANDAG board, we have a responsibility and a wonderful opportunity to really think about the big picture, the entire region, and not just the cities that we come from, right? We bring our expertise as representatives from the cities, but also, you know, the reason why SANDAG was created is to really have an opportunity, and I've mentioned it a couple of times, right, in outside of San Diego, in California and across the country and globally, right? We had the folks from the UN actually join us a couple of weeks ago in looking at the SANDAG model as a model that really can bring communities together to create a bigger plan as to how we come together as a region to make decisions and really think about what the greater good is for our communities. And so I think today is, I want to remind folks that today is not a meeting. Today is a retreat. And what that means is that we have an opportunity to really think about what are the different issues that our communities need? What are the things that we can do together? And how do we really come into this space, really thinking about how do we think about being community-centered, and how do we make sure that our communities are empowered to be engaged in the decision-making process, and do everything we can so that we're doing this collaboratively, and then we're working in an environment that allows us to deliver projects and create economic opportunities for all residents throughout the whole region, not just in one particular area. So in order to do this, we have to figure out how to work together effectively. And I believe that this is what everybody who's around the table wants. I really do believe that we agree on more things than we disagree on. And I also know that there's a political environment that we're living in, and we're not going to be naive about that. But I'm hoping that today and tomorrow, at a minimum, we can be honest and open with each other and really try to put the politics aside and find where the commonality is in terms of our values and what we're trying to accomplish for the region as a whole. I'm hoping that everybody here is coming to this retreat with good intent to really not only hear from each other, listen to each other, and really have a conversation with each other so that we can understand the different voices at the table, and that everybody feels heard. And that we, you know, at times we turn to the media to make our points, and I think this is the opportunity for us to actually do that here, right? Have that conversation, and then we're going to agree to disagree on some items, but let's find the commonalities so that we can actually move forward together. And so I really do believe that we owe it to our communities to serve to try to work together. And I think if you all heard me on KUSI, I am in no shape or form saying that this is going to be a kumbaya session and that we're going to be everybody agreeing on everything. Absolutely not. That's the reason why we all represent different communities and why representation absolutely matters. But I think what's important here is that we stick to the facts, that we make sure that the right information is shared with our communities, and that as we're making decisions, that we really think about the bigger picture and long-term as well. I know that to do this work, it takes trust, and trust is earned. It's not something that you just give people, and as a chair, I am going to do everything I can to make sure that we are, we're transparent, that you have an opportunity to, check in with me, that we have a space to actually have these conversations so that we can move forward. And I'm really committed to doing that. I think I've spoken to most of you during my tenure, and I'm really doing everything that I can so that everybody around the table is feeling heard, and then we get things done. So our focus today is going to be building a shared foundation of knowledge and exploring where we have consensus and where we can work together. There's a lot of new board members here, and so it's helpful that we know that we're, for all of you to know that we're working together. And there's also not only the board members that are primaries, but also the alternates that are here today. So I appreciate all of you showing up. And so I want to make sure that we remind ourselves that knowledge is power, that we do everything that we can to clear up any myths that are out there about what's happening. And I also want us to map out all the ways that we do agree with each other and use that as a foundation as we're moving forward to really get things done. And so to help us do that, we have a wonderful facilitator. I've asked Becca Kaprisky to serve as our facilitator for the next couple of days. Becca has facilitated groups throughout tough issues and also not only in this region, but in other regions as well. And so if there's anyone that I believe can help us get started on the right foot, I absolutely know it's Becca. So I'm going to hand it over to her and welcome her today. And again, I know that everyone has a lot going on, but if we can refrain from, being on phones and doing all of that and just really pay attention and be supportive and engage in this process. And if you need to be on your phones, just, feel free to step out and do what you have to do. We're all adults here, so I'm not going to tell you how to manage your time, but it would be fantastic if we can really focus and with good intention to try to get things done. So turn it over to Becca. Becca?
Great, thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here today with all of you. As a long-term resident of San Diego County, I know exactly how important the work this board is to our daily lives as residents of this region. So I'm honored to be here as part of your work today to be the most effective and productive board that you could possibly be. So I'm going to kick us off today. I'm going to go through a couple things, the goals of this meeting, the agenda, some logistics, introduce you to some people that were part of the architecting this for us today. And then I'm going to introduce you to a couple frames and tools that we're going to ask you to really lean into over the course of the day of the next day and a half. So sound good? Okay. So as the chair said, we put together some goals for today. And they're really based on the feedback that you all gave on the survey that you were sent about what you actually want out of this retreat, right? So the goals that we have for today are to ensure that all of you are working from the same strong foundation of knowledge, right? So the chair talked about some people are newer, some people have been here for a while. It's really important, though, that all of you have the same sort of fact-based knowledge, so when you go into conversations, they can focus on sort of what is and not sort of misconceptions or hypotheses or things like that. So that's one of the main goals of today. The second goal you can see up here is really recentering all of you as board members on the shared purpose and goals of SANDAG and figuring out where you all have consensus. So just like the chair said, my hypothesis is that you agree on more than you disagree on, right? So let's figure out what those things you can agree on and what you can move forward. And so that would serve as the foundation of the work that you can do over the next year and a half together. And then the last one is really about building board muscles. It's kind of a cheesy way to say it, but it's really about building your muscles around consensus and around how you can work together toward the shared goals of SANDAG. So those are our goals for today. If we think about what that looks like from an agenda perspective, I'm going to kick us off by sharing some of these lenses that we're going to ask you to do. So it's sort of like practicing working together, maybe in a way that you haven't worked together in the past. Then we're going to have a session that's led by SANDAG staff, and that's really the foundation building, that knowledge building part. Talking about where has SANDAG been, what are the projects that we're working on right now, what are the things coming up in the future. So again, that foundation building. And then you're going to have a fantastic interactive project expo. So you probably saw a lot of the content out there already. So the SANDAG staff has worked to put together this content for you so you can go a little bit deeper on different projects and understand the things that maybe you're like, oh, I've always been curious about that. Then the all-important lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to spend time on an activity we're calling Yes, No, Maybe So. And it's really about consensus building. So it's going to come in 3 parts, and I'll describe those parts to you later. But in general, you're going to be in breakout groups, and you're going to be really exploring what are the things you can all agree on. So you'll have a general conversation about it. Then there'll be a section where we, as a large group, will talk about the weighted vote specifically, because that was something that came up in the survey that folks wanted to talk about. And then there'll be sort of a finishing section where you'll get a chance to look at all the consensus that other groups built and be like, yeah, I'm with you on that, or I'm not with you on that, right? So by the end, you will have this beautiful wall of all kinds of things that you all agree on. Then you'll have a chance to have dinner together tonight, and then we'll start tomorrow. Breakfast and public comment. Then we have a fantastic expert panel. Folks are coming from Caltrans, from the California Transit Authority, national experts. They're going to be all here, and you're going to test what you learned today in the Interactive Project Expo and have a chance to get some of your questions answered about other issues as well. And then it will all come together tomorrow in the late morning when we're going to do an exercise that's a regional plan puzzle. So basically, you'll be pulling together all the facts and information that you've learned today and tomorrow morning and kind of have a last chance to practice some of these different ways of working together to see how they feel. Sound good? Okay. Are you all ready? It's a day and a half. So I want to just say that I have the honor of being sort of the face up here talking about this, but a huge group of people have been involved in building today. I mean, you can see how much work went in just to the Project Expo out there, right? So I specifically want to call out a couple folks that you're going to see around. So let me start with Susan Hafner. Susan, you want to wave so everyone can see you. So Susan is the principal and CEO of Multimodal Solutions, and she's been working in the transit and transportation world for a very long time. So she worked for MTS, Riverside Transit Agency, Ryder Transportation, and she's now a subject matter expert and an instructor with the National Transit Institute. So she knows some stuff. The other person I want to talk about is Ken Moore over here. So Ken's the director with Intesa Communication Group, and he's spent most of his career in the public affairs side, advising on infrastructure projects, real estate, housing, and transit, most of it in San Diego County. So some of you might actually know Ken from that. And then there's been a whole host of fantastic SANDAG staff that helped pull this together, and I just want to say a particular thank you to Robin Wapner. Hi, Robin. Robin's like talking, for being the main contact with SANDAG to pull today together for you. Couple quick logistic things. The bathrooms are if you go out the door and to the left. There is Wi-Fi. There's a free hotel Wi-Fi if you want to use the conference room Wi-Fi. Not sure why they're different, but it has a password, which is win@Viejas. So WIN@Viejas. There are snacks, beverages, things around the room. A day and a half of doing this kind of work sometimes can be exhausting. So I want to echo what the chair said, which is I need you all to sort of take care of yourselves, right? Today will work best if you can all be as present and engaged as possible. So think about what that means for you in terms of do you need your phone out or can you put it away? Do you need your laptop out? Can you put it away? Do you need to stand up and pace, walk around, take a deep breath, go outside for a minute, all those kinds of things. You do what you need to do to be as present and as engaged as possible. Any logistics things that I've missed? Looking around for all my partners. All right. Okay, so I'm going to change gears and get started really more into the content of today. So one of the things that we talked about is that retreats are different, right, than your formal board meetings. So you'll notice you don't have the little buttons, you don't have to be recognized by the chair. When I ask you questions, you can actually just answer. You don't have to be all formal about it. But retreats really give us a chance, when we do them, to do something a little bit different, right? So today is about learning, and it's also about exploring. So you're not making decisions, you're not voting on anything official. So this is a chance for you to try out maybe different ways of working together. And so what I wanted to share with you is sort of these 4 lenses, tools, whatever you want to call them, that I'm going to ask you to lean into today and see how does it feel to do the work through these lenses instead of the way you might traditionally do it in a formal board meeting. So the first one I want to talk about is something probably most of you have heard of, which is the circle of control. How many of you have heard about circle of control? Are you familiar with it? Right. It's a pretty common thing that people are talking about, and it's very sort of obvious intellectually, but it's sometimes really hard to implement. But the idea behind it is we all have tons of things we care about, right? And we can divide those things we care about into a couple categories, right? There are things we have control over. So if you think about all of us this morning, we had control over what time we set our alarm for, what we decided to wear for what was it called, smart casual? What was your dress code, right? Whether you're going to make coffee at home or whether you're going to chance the Viejas coffee, right? Like these are all things in your circle of control this morning. Then you have your circle of influence. So these are things that maybe you don't have complete control over, but you can kind of like shift it one way, shift it another, right? So this might be like how well you slept last night. Maybe you have complete control over how well you sleep, but I don't. So, but we all get to make choices, right? So whether we had alcohol or caffeine yesterday, what time we went to bed, what time we turned off our screens, right? So how well rested we're feeling today is a little bit in our circle of influence. Then we have things that are in our circle of concern. So these are things that we may care very deeply about, but we have no control over, and we have no influence over, right? So today that was the weather. Weather turned out great. I think we all had a moment where we were like, is it gonna be snowing in Alpine? Like, how long could this take to get here, right? You can choose what route you take, but you don't have control over the traffic. So there's things that are in our circle of concern. Okay, so why is this important for a SANDAG board conversation? Because if we as humans, very naturally, like to spend a lot of time worrying about and talking about these things in the outside circle, in the circle of concern, right? Is that a productive use of time? Particularly not as an organization that has a lot to get done. So you are the SANDAG board, and so my challenge to you is to think about how much of your time can you spend on things that are in your circle of control as the SANDAG board. You can spend some time in your circle of influence too, right? Because you have influence there. What kinds of things are in SANDAG's circle of control? Budget, how you allocate your budgets, exactly. What else is in your circle of control as a SANDAG board? What's that? Approving the regional plan, yep. Yep, what else? Yeah, well, it's interesting, right, because you have control about what you are doing or saying in public. What the public thinks of you is probably you're in your circle of influence, right? Yep. Sometimes you can't control what people are gonna think about you. So I'm like, I'd put that in influence. But how you behave in public, how you talk in public, all of that definitely is in your circle of influence. And what's in your circle of concern? Really important to you as SANDAG board members, but you don't have any control or any influence. What kinds of things might be that? Public perception of you as the board. I might put that in influence. I think you probably have some influence over it. The economy, exactly, yeah. I mean, you're powerful, but you're not that powerful. Yeah. What else? Lack of local control? What does that mean? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. State laws, regulations, federal requirements, all of those things, right? Those are in your circle of concern. So they absolutely impact what is possible for you to do, but it's not necessarily something you have control or influence over. So that might be an interesting example for you to reflect on. How much time should we spend talking about that versus it just is. Let's move on to things we have control over. So that's my challenge to all of you over the next day and a half, is watch yourself and watch each other. And when you start to see yourselves spiraling a little bit into conversations that are really in your circle of concern, maybe flag that and be like, is this a productive conversation? Is this something we actually control? Or can we shift our time and energy to something more productive? Yes?
I want to push back a little bit on the circle of concern. This board is a powerful board because we bring together, the mayors and at least one council member from pretty much every city in the entire region. There are things like local control that we cannot influence individually, but we can influence them together. So I think one thing we can be thinking about as a board is what are our collective concerns where individually we cannot do something about it, but here, if we work together, we can.
I love that, and I love thinking about, are there things that we're framing right now in circle of concern which actually we could have some influence on, right? So I think that's a great point. But I want you all to watch that, right? Because there probably are some things that you don't want to spend time and energy on because you'd rather spend it on circle of control, in things in your circle of control. Thank you. All right, the next thing I wanted to talk about is this idea of us versus the challenge. So most of us in modern American society are quite familiar with the us versus them framing of something, right? So we want this, they want that, and we're gonna fight it out, right? One of the challenges when you frame things as us versus them, this is natural for all humans, is that you get to this place where you're more about winning than you are about solving the problem that you're facing, right? So when you get in an us versus them framing, you very often end up where I'm like, I just want you bloody and I'm winning, not that we're actually solving a problem that we're both facing. So an alternative to us versus them is us collectively versus a challenge. So this is basically, instead of we're fighting about something, it's like we both have a common goal. So suddenly we're side by side looking at the challenge. And so what I'm asking you to think about as a SANDAG board over the next day and a half is how you can shift any conversation that starts to feel us versus them to us as the collective SANDAG board versus a challenge, right? So most of us who share our lives with another human probably are very familiar with how us versus them goes, right? This is how I want to spend Saturday night. This is how you want to spend Saturday night. We are now going to duke it out until one of us wins. Us versus the challenge is we want to find a solution for what we do Saturday night that works for both of us, right? So when you think about yourselves as a SANDAG board, how can you frame things that way? How can you think about the us as being you as a SANDAG board, and what is the challenge that you are jointly facing? Now, I'm going to name that this is incredibly hard to do, particularly probably for a lot of you in this room, because our political environment is set up to be very us versus them. And I will acknowledge that many of you got to the positions that you're in today because you're really good at us versus them. And what I'm going to ask you to do is for the next day and a half, test out us versus the challenge. See what it feels like. See how it opens up maybe new ideas or different creative ways of thinking. If you can reframe things from we want this, you want that, to we collectively are facing this challenge that we want to handle. But I'll acknowledge it's going to be very hard. So the third one that I want to talk about is this idea of both and thinking. So again, most of us as humans are very good at either or thinking. I can care about this or I can care about this, right? I can prioritize this or I can prioritize this. Another way of thinking about this, though, because the world is not that simple, is that you can actually care about two things at once, right? You can prioritize multiple things. So when you get stuck in either or thinking, it is very binary, right? Kind of pushes you toward this us versus them thing. And what I'm going to ask you to do is like lean into the complexity of this work. You all as the board have very, very hard jobs, and you're trying to tackle something very, very, very complicated. And multiple things can be true at once. Multiple priorities can be important at once. So I'm going to ask you to sort of lean toward that. And when you feel or hear yourself or others starting to make things into either we do this or we do this, see if you can think of a way to do both and thinking. How can we do this and how can we do this? One of the things, and again, this is inherent in how SANDAG board is set up, you all have two hats that you wear, right? So you have one hat, which is your day job, right? Where you are representing a local community. Then you have another hat, which is as a SANDAG board member who is responsible for having transportation and transit that works for the entire county of San Diego, right? Sometimes I imagine that for many of you, that feels like an either or. I can either advocate for my community and what my community needs, or I can hold what's good for the county as a whole. And what I'm gonna ask you to do today is to hold both of those, right? So really lean into, don't make these a conflict, make them a both. Most people can easily wrap their head around the idea of I can care about two things, or I can prioritize two different ideas. It does get hard when you're talking about funding, right? Because funding and like that seems constrained. I can either fund Project A or I can fund Project B, and it's a choice. That's very either or. But I want you to challenge yourselves because you are smart and resourceful people and you're backed up by an amazing SANDAG staff that is also smart and resourceful to really think about how can you do both. How can you do Project A but incorporate some of the priorities of Project B, for example? So it's really a way to think a little bit more creatively. I love all your faces are like, how am I going to do that? I recognize that. But these are all really important tools if you're thinking about coming together as a board and thinking about what you can accomplish together. So I have one more that I'm going to ask you to think about, which is clear the slate. Did anyone else read a lot of Anne of Green Gables and Laura Ingalls Wilder and want to explain what a slate is? What's a slate? What's that? Yes. Okay, in the old days, though, for those of you who did not read as much Anne of Green Gables as me, it's like a little blackboard kind of thing when people didn't have a lot of paper. You did your homework on it, you showed it to your teacher, and then you erased it, right? So the idea behind Clear the Slate is that many of you have worked together a lot in the past. You've had conversations, you've been you've been working together for a while. And I'm going to ask you for the next day and a half to the extent possible, see if you can clear the slate. If you can set some of that history behind you and come into this with more fresh eyes, with more fresh ideas, with more sort of fresh, like, let's start over again. So those are the 4 tools that I'm going to ask you to lean into over the next day and a half. I'm going to keep referring back to them when we're doing things. The other facilitators are going to bring you back to these as well. Because we are live streamed and have public comment, I won't make you do what I would usually do with a board, which is talk about these next questions. I'm just going to ask you to self-reflect. So piece of paper, notes app on your phone, however you like to take notes. I would like you to think for a minute of these 4, which one's going to be easiest for you?
Becca, can you read them? Because they're like really fun.
Yes, circle of control, framing things as us versus the challenge, using both and thinking, or clearing the slate. Yes?
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
Clearing a slate, there's how we can do that with ourselves personally, right? I didn't like what you said at the September 2022 meeting. I can't forgive you for it. But there's also like historical context for our communities. Are we talking about the former or the latter or both?
Thank you. That is a great clarifying question. For clearing the slate, I mean you all within yourselves. Yeah. So this is not about the history of SANDAG and what our communities need and how that has affected them. It's really about how you all have interacted with each other. Thank you. So you know the next question I'm going to ask, right? Which one's going to be hardest for you? So again, focusing on your circle of control, framing as us versus the challenge, using both and thinking, or clearing the slate. So my challenge to you is, for whatever is going to be easiest for you, can you champion that for the next day and a half? Can you point it out when you see your colleagues not using that? Can you really be the power of reframing things for folks? And then for the thing that's going to be hardest for you, can you try it? Low stakes. None of this is a binding contract. This is just you all working together as a retreat. Can you try to lean into that one that seems hardest? It's going to feel weird and awkward. You're probably going to hate it at times. That's fine. Just try it, because what might happen over the course of a day and a half is you might be like, wow, that actually did change the way I was approaching this. It did change the way our conversations went. It opened up possibilities that I hadn't seen before. All right. That is the setup. And so now I'm going to pass it off to Hassan to move into the next section, which is really going to be more about building foundational knowledge about SANDAG and its history and where you are now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I am so glad it's a casual day today, so I have my casual tie, my casual suit. But it's good to be with you. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. It's good to be with you today. My role here is very brief. This is your retreat. I'm going to sit back with my team and listen to your discussion and hope it's fruitful and it leads to greater things for SANDAG as we move forward. Many of you ask me questions. Some of you ask questions, why are we here in this location? And just to clarify, in 2020, former Chair Mayor Vass asked us to be here. We signed a contract with the casino, a 3-year contract. 2020, COVID hit. The retreat was canceled. The VA has thanked them for that, honored our deposit. So we're here to actually save money for the public. And again, I want to thank them for honoring our deposit that we paid in 2020. That question gave comfort to the chair here to make sure that we know why we're here. I've been with you now for 4 years. It feels much longer. But I actually want you to know that it has been an honor to work with 450 dedicated employees that you will meet them today. An absolute honor. I've been in this business for 30-some years, led the largest organizations in the country, and I can tell you that you have one of the most intellectually amazing group work for you, regardless of where you stand in politics. Dedicated, believe in what they do it good, to the point where this agency is known around the country as one of the most innovative agencies of its kind. When you think of SANDAG, you obviously think transportation, which is true, but it's more than that. You're going to hear today it's housing. It is something that many of you probably never been to. It's a toll operation. We actually do own a building in South Bay that houses about 60 of our employees. I encourage you to visit. We own it, we don't lease it. That's good, right? So it's a toll operation, but it's also something called ARJUS, Automated Regional Justice Information System. I don't know whether I ever introduced you to 2 new directors that lead the toll operation in ARJUS. Let me start with Lucinda. Bushar, where are you, Lucinda? There she is. Here's your director, came all the way from Oregon. Glad to have her. Trying to make sure that we do everything possible.
She doesn't live in Oregon. She works, right?
Where? Right.
I was in Oregon last.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just recently, just a few days ago, we were honored to have Tony from the former sheriff of San Diego, be the head of ARJUS. Today, you're going to meet the executive team, that I believe in them. And as they know me by now, 4 years in, they know that I'm a historical junkie. I love quotes. And one of my favorite quotes, and the theme this week for my team, for the staff, was hope. Martin Luther King said, we must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. I'm hopeful that you as a board of directors will see beyond politics and lead this agency to great things, even greater things. In the last 4 years, we delivered billions of dollars worth of projects. We're still delivering today. We put a vision out for the future, and not everybody agrees on the vision. The chairwoman talked about road user charges out. The direction from the leadership, it's out from future plans. That's the direction, and that's what's going to be. So let us focus and be hopeful for what this agency can deliver for the whole county. If you look at our priorities, contrary to what you hear sometimes, we have a border crossing that benefits every single one in San Diego and California and the country. Almost $1.1 billion in, received the largest infra grant in the country for that project. Partnering with District 7, Director Gustavo Delardo, you see always attend your meetings, is a great partner. We're going to deliver that project in the next few years to the region, to the state, and to the country. Moving the track off the bluff in North County Coastal. That's important. It is important for this corridor to continue operation for freight and passengers, focusing on fixing the 78 and the 52 in the East County and the North County. Starting the purple line that's going to bring people to jobs in Sorrento Valley and beyond. These are county priorities. They're not what you hear in the news. They're not all about transit and doing it for South Bay or doing it for the city of San Diego. These are county priorities. And we believe, as staff, politics aside, we've been focused on this. We delivered the Mid-Coast during the most difficult time in recent human history, during COVID, on time, on budget. Why? Because you have dedicated, amazing staff. And I will continue to say this. I will challenge anybody to say there is a group of people who have the collective talent that we have. So I hope in this retreat that you get to know them. You have a day and a half to meet many of the executives here, many of the staff here, and to get to know them in the future. Because if you ask them a question, they will give you a true answer, truth, based on the truth, nothing but the truth. They won't play the politics. And sometimes you might not like the answer, but at least it is the truth that we all look for. So I am really honored to be here today and have very little role. You won't see me tomorrow. I'm actually somewhere else doing something on behalf of SANDAG. I am honored to also work for the first Latina chair of this organization. When I was in Los Angeles, I led an agency, the largest NPO in the country, that for the first time in history had a woman president and was getting used to saying Madam President. This is the first time I have a Latina president. I'm honored to have that. I'm honored to work with all of you. Many of you are new, don't know me yet. But if I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. And I will always tell you the truth. This agency gone through very significant changes. I told you before, and I told your colleagues before, fixing an agency of this size, $1 billion operation, is a growing pain. There is a lot of controls and policies that are lacking, and they need to be there. And if you read through the news about, abusing the credit card and $5,000 for alcohol and all of that, that's not controls and policies. That's sensational news. But the truth is, and the direction from this leadership, is we are going to put the controls and policies in place to fix this agency for many, many years to come. And I want to thank the audit committee members who are here, Mary Kay, our independent auditor, who really work hard to make sure we have the controls and policies. And I welcome all the audit findings that has been done, that's going to come in the future, and some of them are not going to be pretty. But nevertheless, we need to strengthen our controls and policies because you need to be comfortable as leaders that you have the staff doing things consistent with controls and policies. So I will not shy away from telling you that any audit findings that require us to do controls and policies, I will not dispute. And I told this to our independent auditor, who's totally independent of me, to our independent staff, that I welcome that. I work with them to make sure that happens. And I really do appreciate what our independent auditor and her staff are doing for the agency. So thank you. Enjoy the retreat. I'm hopeful. Like, hope is an amazing thing. Like Mr. Dubowski said, if hope means that you're living. If you stop hoping, you stop living. Let us hope for a better tomorrow, better San Diego. Let's hope that you will work together. And with that, I'm going to turn it to my amazing, amazing Chief Executive Officer. I think it's starting with Ray, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ray.
So 35 years ago, I graduated from college, and I did what every college student did at the time, and that's start to look for a job. And back then, there was no LinkedIn, right, or websites that you could go to. And so I opened the Sunday newspaper, and I'm going through the help wanted ads, circling everything that I thought I would be qualified to do. And there was an ad in there for research analyst, and it had a one-line description and an address to send your resume to. And back then, you put your resume in an envelope and you sent them out, right? Just hope somebody would call you back. There's no company name, nothing. So didn't hear anything, so I took another job at a biopharmaceutical company as a data analyst, and I was working there. And about 10 months after I sent this ad in, I get a call. And it's from the local Metropolitan Planning Organization, SANDAG. Okay, and they say, you applied for a job. I didn't even remember filling this out, right? Because you're filling out hundreds of resumes trying to, or replying to job ads trying to get this job. And so I say, okay, I'll go talk to them. And I go to SANDAG, and it was a small organization. There's about 80 people who worked there. It was the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's the only thing that they did. I stayed for a few years, and then I left so I took the job, obviously, and then I left for about 25 years. And I get a phone call from our CFO, from Andre Dujon, saying, hey, your former boss, Marnie Cox, who was the chief economist at the time, is retiring. He goes, would you be interested in applying for his job? I said, sure. And so I fill out the application, and I come back to SANDAG, and it is a completely different organization than it was 35 years ago. The amount of things that we do are incredibly broad, incredibly complicated, and impact the lives of all 3.3 million citizens that we have in this particular region. And the reason I want to talk about this a little bit is I want to talk about how SANDAG got to where it is, and the awesome responsibility that you have as board members to move the region forward in so many different ways that are important to all the citizens of this region. Back in the 60s, we were started as a comprehensive planning organization, okay? And that was actually it was a department within the county of San Diego. By the 70s, we were designated as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. So that's when we started doing the work with the freeways and all the expansions that were happening at the time. On a separate path, ARGIS and the Criminal Justice Division were established in the late 70s, early 80s. And in the early 80s, we were renamed very creatively SANDAG, right? San Diego Association of Government. So the agency was renamed from the CPO, the Comprehensive Planning Organization, to SANDAG. And then we were designated as the Metropolitan Planning Organization. By '87, we had gone out and started to look at ways of funding some of these transportation projects. In Transnet, the first sales tax was passed in 1988. So at that point, we also became the Regional Transportation Commission. So now we had revenue that was coming in that we were managing to pay for infrastructure projects. By 1989, the I-15 Fast Track program was implemented. We then assumed responsibility of the commuter service program from Caltrans. And in 2003, Senate Bill 1703 consolidated the regional agencies for transit planning, programming, and then project development and construction. So that's when we became something unlike many other MPOs, which is that not only do we plan the projects, but we are also responsible for financing and building these projects. In 2004, we had the Transnet program that was a 20-year measure extended. It was voted on in 2004. It extended it from 2008 for another 40 years out to 2048. The Southern California Tribal Chairman Association joined SANDAG around 2007. And then after the Great Recession happened, and we're coming out of that, we ended up buying the 125 freeway in Chula Vista. We then transitioned the San Diego Service Authority for Freeway Emergencies to SANDAG. So those are the tow trucks that you see that says SANDAG on them, and the 511, that all came under the SANDAG umbrella. And then Most lately, we have AB 805, which updated our voting structure, but it also called for an independent auditor and audit committee. So we added even more function to SANDAG. And now we're getting involved in a lot of housing and that type of thing, and you see us doing a lot more work. So as we build this organization, we went from 80 people to over 400 people. And we went from doing just planning to doing things that impact everybody around the region. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the next person.
Yeah, thank you. So it truly is an awesome responsibility that you all have. And it is my pleasure, and I know Ray and Hassan as well, and the whole SANDAG team, to be able to serve all of you as you take on these really important challenges for the region. I want to focus in on just like 4 really key things. These are key mandates that SANDAG is responsible for. So the first one is being the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So Ray talked about that, the MPO. That's a federal designation that SANDAG has that requires that we have a regional transportation plan that must look out at least 30 years. And that plan has to show how we're going to improve air quality. And that plan also has to have in place some sort of reasonable financing mechanism. So as we put the plan together, the federal government has to agree with us that there's at least a possibility that we could implement that plan based on a particular funding scenario. The second one is the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. So this is the state designation that this body has that also requires we have a regional plan, a regional transportation plan, but it also has to consider land use. And the plan has to show the state how together land use and transportation will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and how we address social equity. And when we are able to prove that to the state, then they make sure that state dollars come to the region. So the only way we get federal funding is by having the federal government approve our plan. The only way we get state funding is having the state approve our plan. And that's not just for regional dollars. That's funding for all of you in your local governments. That's funding for the transit agencies. And that's why this responsibility we talk about is so awesome. Council of Governments, this is where we get the designation that you all love so much, where we get to do the regional housing needs assessment. I know that's everybody's favorite. As Ray mentioned, there is more now coming to SANDAG and regional transportation planning agencies throughout the state of California to do more in the area of housing. So we've been provided close to $50 million. And with that comes a requirement that we work with the board and stakeholders to put together a housing program that will help truly get more affordable housing built in the region. And then the consolidated agency. So this is the state law that was passed that brought a lot of additional responsibility to SANDAG. So not only doing the planning, but doing the planning for the transit and also building transportation projects. And as we're building the transportation projects, also the responsibility of mitigating for those impacts. So that's why you see, big cranes out and as Councilmember Burkholder knows, like all the lagoons that we're fixing and repairing, that's part of SANDAG's work. So this is where this responsibility becomes so enormous that you have in front of you. And then the Regional Transportation Commission. So this is your responsibility also as an agency that receives the funding from the half-cent sales tax, that you have this responsibility as well. So these are really big, important things that impact the entire region, all the local jurisdictions, and many other agencies. So an awesome responsibility. Over 3.3 million people, And as Ray likes to talk about, a $240 billion economy, which Ray is as big as what?
Bigger than 25 states.
Bigger than 25 states in the nation. Okay. The other thing that's key here in terms of responsibilities, this is the equity statement that the Board of Directors adopted. So everything we do, we need to have that equity lens on as well. And it's our job as your staff to make sure that everything we bring to you is complying with the state laws, the federal laws, and this equity statement. So, this is all led by you, the Board of Directors. Key to all of this is stakeholder engagement, and I think our chair brought this up at the very beginning, just how important community engagement is in the work that we do, and we take that very seriously to make sure that we're engaging the tribal governments, that we're engaging the entire San Diego population, regardless of income or race or ability, that we need to make sure we're doing our best job possible because of this enormous responsibility we have as your staff to make sure you have the facts and the information, and like Hassan said, the truth. That's key to all of this. The regional plan, so it includes the transportation network, regional transportation network. It has to also look at what the land uses are that are planned in each of your jurisdictions and matching the transportation system up that best supports the existing land use, your planned land use, and to do that in a way that is sustainable, that addresses equity, that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, that improves our air quality. So not only is it the transportation network, but then there have to be policies that help implement that, and then a financing plan to show how the transportation network could actually be built. Annual budget. The annual budget of this agency is $1 billion. $1 billion. About 77% of that is the capital budget. So that's building the transportation projects that are included in the plan. Then there's the operational budget. So that's largely what Lucinda does, is how are we operating this State Route 125, the managed lanes on Interstate 15, the transportation demand management program. So there's a number of operational things that our agency does. So we not only plan and build, but we also operate. So that's the operational budget. And then this other piece, which is the overall work plan. And so that's where most of our planning comes in to play. For the most part, most of our budget, probably 70% of it, and Andre, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but about 70 or so percent of the agency budget is going to meet those mandates. Then there's about 30% that's flexible, and that's where we can help to really forward agency priorities. So priority projects, things that we do in terms of process improvements, all of that then fits into about that 30%. And there's a whole team of SANDAG staff that are helping to implement that budget. And here you go, you're going to introduce that team.
So according to Colleen, I'm going to introduce that team. So thank you very much. This is a simplified org chart of SANDAG. Like I said, we have 400 people who work in the agency, and we are your staff. We report to you, the board of directors. Our CEO, who reports directly to the chair, is Hassan Akrada, and he has 5 direct reports. And I'm going to ask each one of the SANDAG staff to stand up, because during our exercise, when we go outside, they will be at the booths outside, and I want you to be able to talk to them and introduce yourselves and have them answer any questions about their area of expertise. We have, over here, I'll just go from left to right, we have the Office of Independent Performance Audit. That also reports directly to the Board of Directors. Mary Kashmashrab is the head of that particular group, and she will be out there answering any questions you might have about audits. I am the Deputy CEO of Business Operations, and I have all those things that make the agency run internally. So I have the Organizational Effectiveness Department, and running that department for me is Melissa Kofelt, and she's right there, and she'll also be out there. Anything that has to do with business information or IT, technology, that type of thing, is all handled by Bill Paris, our Director of IT. And then if you have any questions about data or data science or criminal justice or any of the information that we come up with, Dr. Cindy Burke is in charge of that particular department. And reporting to Cindy is Tony Ray, who we introduced earlier, who manages the ARGIS program for us. The other deputy CEO of planning programs and what's the other one? The other P? Everything else is Colleen Clemenson. And then she has under her the regional planning group, which is headed by Antoinette Meyer. They're the ones who put together the regional plan. Anything that has to do with housing. Is Antoinette here? She's outside. But she does anything that has to do with planning. So if you have any questions about that, we have a booth set up to talk about that. And then public affairs is Robin Wapner, who we met earlier. She takes care of all of the government relations and all of the PR, all of those things. And then engineering and construction, so actually building the projects, is headed by Sharon Humphreys. Is she in here? No? Okay. She's outside also. Okay. Also reporting to Hassan Akrada is the Chief Financial Officer, Andre Dujon, and he has 4 people reporting to him who will be here. We have Leanne Wallace. Is she here? She's not here right now. We have financial planning, budgets, and grants, which is all about the Transnet program and how that money's allocated, and that reports to Susan Huntington, and she's right here. Then we have the Regional Transportation Services, which is the old toll road operation, Lucinda Broussard. And finally, we have Dawn Batiste, who is our Innovative Finance Director. And she's the amazing woman who brings lots of money to us from all sorts of different federal and state sources. So you can thank her for a lot of the projects that we build. In addition to that, Hassan has Victoria Stackwick reporting to him as the Chief of Staff. And we also have our General Counsel, John Kirk, who has dual reporting to both the board chair, or the board of directors, and also Hassan Akrada. So this is the team that brings all of these projects to light. Yes?
So I have a question for you. Something that really sticks out on that list of people, there's 17 of those boxes with names in them, and 12 of them are women. How was it when you first joined SANDAG back at the beginning? How does this compare, the percentage of women? It's notable. I had to take note of that as a woman scientist.
Thank you. That's a great question. Yes, there's statistically significant, right? Okay. And actually, a lot of this has happened since Hassan got here. If you take a look at what's happened, but when I first got here, I think it was almost there were 3 women, I believe, and the rest were men who were on the. It was a different structure at the time. There were probably 14 or 15 people. So I'm one of the last surviving men, along with John and Andre. That's it.
Still standing.
That's it. After that, there's no more. All right, so with that, I'll hand it over to Colleen to talk about some of the priority projects.
Great. So we went over the team that is leading the work to implement everything that SANDAG is required to do. We've talked about priority projects, and so these are the priority projects that are laid out in the budget that will be coming before all of you in the next few weeks. So in addition to the 70% of the budget that's really going toward meeting your mandates, these are the priority projects. So the low sand corridor, this is addressing the bluffs, implementing the tunnel project. This is where we have the $300 million that came through the state budget. So that's an absolute priority project that we need to deliver on. The second is Otay Mesa East. So this is advancing that 3rd border crossing. This will be something we'll also be bringing to you this coming calendar year. Some significant investments need to be made to continue this project and to make sure it gets done. The third is making that airport connection. So getting a high-quality transit connection to the airport. I think how many of us can go to the airport and then you see the trolley and think, why isn't there a connection here to the airport like any other major city? Then we really are looking at how do we improve the existing trolley line. Right now, I think we talk about the fact that the average speed of the trolley is about 20 miles an hour. That's not really competitive with driving. The busiest, most productive part of our transit system is the Blue Line trolley that goes from the border into downtown San Diego. And today, that takes an hour. By doing some grade separations, we can speed that up with the goal of getting into downtown within a half an hour. Also, how do we actually get a commuter rail system in place that truly connects people from where they live to where the key jobs are and education so that everybody has access to mobility? That's where we're working on a new rail line called the Purple Line, which would go from the border to the most dense parts of our region and then into the major job centers, so Kearney Mesa, making sure we hit all those hospitals where people come from all over the region to work. Sereno Valley, which is truly the biggest job center in the region, so the Purple Line to do that. And then the final is really looking at how do we make better use of our existing freeways, and Hassan brought this up. We know that State Route 52 absolutely needs to be fixed. The connectors on the 78 where we have the 15 comes together with the 78, significant congestion there. We need to address that. Why is it that at the 5 and 78 you have to get off and sit at a, go to a traffic light in order to go south on 5 or north on 5? Those connectors, so fixing that. And really looking at the highway system as how do we take that whole managed lane concept that works so well on Interstate 15 and deploy that throughout the system. And we're very fortunate that there is an innovative company that wants to work with us, CAVNU, to actually pilot some new ideas on how we manage the transportation system, the highway system that's already been $1 trillion investment in the region. So really, how do we make that work better? So these are the priority projects that will be coming forward to you in our budget. Can someone advance the slide? I got it. All right, so key decisions, the budget. So that will be coming to the executive committee next week, and then to the board of directors, the draft budget at the end of this month. Otay Mesa East, we're going to be coming to you with some recommendations on how we fund that next phase of the project. Approving the regional plan. So we've talked a lot here about, and the chair has been sharing with all of you that we're taking the road usage charge out of the plan. So that amended plan will be going out for public review this summer. And then in the fall, we're going to be asking you to approve that plan so we can resubmit it to the state so that we can, again, continue to get state dollars flowing to the region. You're also going to be asked to weigh in on the 2025 regional plan. So these are things that we have to do. You're mandated to do every 4 years. So what are some of the key decisions in that regional plan? What are some of the parameters you want to set for that next plan? We're going to be asking you about that this calendar year as well. And then the Smart Corridor Pilot Project. So this is really going to be looking at where do we want to make these improvements on what parts of the highway system. We talk about the 52, we talk about the 78 connectors, probably Interstate 805, but these will be things that will be coming to you so that we're allocating the funding to get those going. So with all of that in mind, all that seriousness, I think, as we think about all of this, this is an amazing place we call home. And when Hassan talks about hope, I started as a planner, and if you are in this kind of business, you have to have hope for the future. And how do we really build upon the amazing communities, the things that make us unique, that make our place special, and a place that we can invest in for future generations, and that everyone has the opportunity for prosperity. So with that in mind, are you going to talk now? Okay, good.
And just Colleen, you're going to see next week at the executive committee the budget. Also, that budget will have a proposed recommendation by the staff to put about $20 million in the budget to start very shortly another pilot of 24 and under. As you know, the 18 and under has been a great success. We reached 5 million rides. Our youth are riding. We want them to continue to ride. We want to create a culture. So you're going to see a proposed budget. It's not in the draft, but it will be in the final of additional funding that you, if you approve, we will start the 24 and under. Of course, our two transit agencies and the county are a critical partner here. $20 million will not pay for the whole program, so we look for partnership to do this. I just want to make sure that when you read the draft and you didn't see that that it's going to be in the final, because when we released the draft, it wasn't there. Thank you.
Thank you. Much of the theme of this retreat is learning and exploring and really getting to know each other and working together. And one of the things that we do when we're just as humans, when you get together with other people, is that you talk about commonalities, like what school did you go to, what sports do you like, that type of thing, because it helps bring us together. And so we're just about to go out to see these boards, but we thought what we would do is use data science to figure out who should be with who when we're out there talking to each other. So what I noticed here too is everybody's clustered in groups of people that you know, and I think 70% of the board is new, but what's happened is that in many cases, people sit with who they know. So we want to kind of mix that up. And so we had the data science department come up with some interesting factoids, okay? So these are about your communities. It's not necessarily about you individually, but what we did is we did some cluster analysis to figure out like how this is all going to work together. And so what we've done is put people together in small groups to explore outside, talk with each other, and kind of get to know each other. And while you're doing that, it would be nice if you could ask each other questions about each other so that we can get to know each other on a personal level too. But with that said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it over to Colleen to introduce the groups. And we're not going to tell you right now what those commonalities were, but we're going to tell you what the fun factoids were when we come back, okay?
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So I'm going to read off the groupings, and then what you're going to do is get in your group and go outside to where the staff is all set up and just, find out a little bit more about the projects, programs that they're all managing. And then, like Ray said, we're hoping that you'll guess like why we put you in the group that we put you in. And it might be something very silly. So just bear with us with that. But, okay, so we're going to start the group, let's see, group 1 will be Councilmember McKay. I think I saw, there you are, along with Mayor Vasquez and Commissioner Naranjo. Okay, so the three of you will get together and then go out to the various tables. Then we have Councilmember Shu, Councilmember Musgrove, and Councilmember Dilliard. So that's La Mesa, San Marcos, and La Mesa. We put two La Mesas together, so you guys hopefully will know why we put you together. Then let's see, we have Councilmember Duncan from Coronado, Councilmember Gasterlin, Del Mar, and Joe Stuyvesant, the Executive Director from the Port. So you will be a group. And then our Vice Chair, Elo Rivera, with Councilmember Fisher from Imperial Beach, along with Councilmember Martinez from Del Mar. Or is that Mayor? Are you Mayor? Mayor. There we go. Thank you. Okay, the next group is Mayor Minto from Santee, Councilmember Drucker from Del Mar, and our newest addition to the SANDAG Board of Directors, Councilmember Melendez from Vista. And then the next group will be Councilmember Edson from Solana Beach, Councilmember Burkholder from Carlsbad, and Councilmember Chavez from Chula Vista. All right, and then we have Vice Mayor Molina from National City, along with Deputy Mayor Kime from Oceanside. I saw you. Yes, there we go. And we have, where did I lose my spot here? Dennis Keck from the Navy. So you will be, and you two just happen to be sitting together. Okay, good. And then we have Deputy Mayor Zito from Solana Beach. Who did I forget? Councilmember Rodriguez is with, okay, so Councilmember Rodriguez, you are then with Councilmember Molina, Kime, Keck. Okay, all right. I can read, I can. Okay, and then we've got Zito. I didn't see Mayor Sanchez from Oceanside. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. We've got you in a group. So it's Deputy Mayor Zito, Mayor Sanchez, and our chair, Vargas. You will be together along with Mayor Huebner from Solana Beach. And Chula Vista with, there we go. Okay, does everybody have a group? Did I leave anybody out? Okay. All right, so stand up, stretch your legs. If you need to go to the restroom, you have permission. And then make your way around. And how long do we have, Becca? So you have an hour to mill around. We'll come outside, we'll bring you back in, and then we will give you each group an envelope so you know like why we put you together. Kind of in honor of the Oscars, right, this Sunday? Okay, have fun. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we've scattered some microphones around the table. That's what we love about you, Chair. You say what you think, and that's really important. So let's just hear anybody who wants to speak up. What did you learn while you were out there? Anything interesting? Did you learn something from one of your, someone in your group, or what did you learn out of the tables? Don't be shy. This cannot possibly be a shy group. All of you had to run for office. Is Hassan going to tell us what he learned?
No,
okay,
I'll
good.
tell you.
Oh, there we
Since
go.
people are shy today, I'm going to start, and then hopefully it'll get people excited, and everybody just jumps in. But I actually, I mean, aside from the fact that I love my team, where's my team? Go team, team number one. That's what I just called them, I'm just kidding. We had a lot of really good conversations about some of the opportunities that are there, and they gave me a list of things that I have to advocate for with the legislature, but that's a whole other conversation. But I think the other piece that I learned is that I think we need to do a better job in highlighting all the great work that SANDAG is already doing and the amazing team that we have actually implementing this work. Because I think sometimes we talk a lot about the abstract, about what we're going to be doing versus what is already happening, and there's a lot of really great work. I mean, I got super excited about the apprenticeship programs and the work that's going to happen with the community colleges. And so it's really equity in action, right? And I don't know that we get caught up in a lot of different things and we don't talk enough about some of the wonderful stuff that's already happening. And so I just wanted to say, you know, kudos to the staff. And then I know some folks are annoyed at the county around the ARGIS, cost, and, you know, that has changed. And in 25 years, we had not actually looked at the funding and what that looked like. And so being able to have Ray here and say that he is going to make sure that we share with people why the fee, had to change and how we're going to be able to move it forward and what the impact is going to be and how we can actually use the data. And, you know, you're not asking me to give you my quote, but there's a Peter Drucker quote that says that if you can measure something, blah, 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 that it doesn't really matter, right? And so, and don't quote me on it because it's much better than that, and he's my hero, but you know what I mean?
It's measure what matters, right?
Yeah, and so I think the data gathering and the information, I think that we, as elected officials, could use a lot more, and maybe a lot of people are already using it. It just really, I was really excited about it, so thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Yes. Councilmember Chavez, do you have a microphone?
Well, I really did appreciate all the information and yes, all the great work that SANDAG is doing. I specifically loved to learn about the housing grants, development grants, and specifically because you're motivating developers to promote childcare within their facilities. So I think that's one of the things, not just connecting it to public transportation, to be near public transportation, because I'm the MTS Board of Directors for the City of Chula Vista, but childcare is such a big issue, and I love that within the things that you're promoting with these grants is childcare. So yeah, I really appreciated that.
Great, thank you. Who else was willing to share? Did I see your hand go up? Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you. I learned that when it comes to managing lanes and having smart highways, that 40% of congestion and slowdowns are caused by incidents, and then 60% is caused by day-to-day travel, which is more than what it used to be, where it was like 50-50. So it's imperative that we manage lanes, and we also had a good conversation about technology and the importance of privacy and how we have to navigate those important aspects as well.
Great. You have become a student of the highway system, huh? Very good. Okay. What else? What did people learn? Yes.
You know,
Councilmember
one of the
Fisher.
things I thought was really amazing, and you know, we're a small city, and so we don't have a ton of staff, but I just realized how much information and facts that the SANDAG team has that we could be sharing with our communities. You know, there's lots of programs and stuff like that, but just the ability to gather facts of what's happening regional to explain why we're doing what we're doing in our small town. So great to have such amazing staff members who can take tough questions from us.
Good. Did any of you give big challenging questions to the staff? No? What else? Anybody learn anything interesting? Anything you didn't know before? Mayor, did you learn anything out there?
Oh, I learned everything. I learned so much today. I actually feel like there wasn't enough time. But the value in the process was that I had the opportunity to get to know some of my cohorts and what they like, what they don't like, and what makes them unique as a leader. And then learning about making that connection with staff, and then learning about the projects that are moving forward is invaluable. But also being able to strategize with staff to think outside the box. Okay, my team, we actually gave ourselves a name, and we were Team Innovators. So just wanted to share that with you, #1 innovators here. And one conversation that I'd like to bring to light is we were at the booth regarding the bike lanes and putting out in the universe that, well, if you want more people to use bike lanes, how can that happen? And we talked about the possibility of an incentive program that could come forward when people purchase bikes. They'll get an incentive, sort of like what they did when they replaced the toilets in the early 2000s when we were doing water conservation. So it was just an idea and food for thought. And you never know, there might be some type of grant opportunity out there that could be secured so that when people are purchasing bikes, that they get a rebate. So just wanted to share that. I didn't get to visit every booth. We did not get to visit every booth, but the ones that we did, I mean, just invaluable.
Thank you. And just on that note, the staff will be here through lunch, through till 1 o'clock. So if you want to go and ask questions, they're here and through that time. Yes, Councilmember Musgrove.
Just a great opportunity to speak with staff regarding pedestrian and bike safety and some of the hurdles we all face with, even within our own town, one area that's mostly agricultural where I am, and on the south end where it's a little more high density. The e-bikes, I think they're visited upon all of us, and what we can do for bike safety and pedestrian safety.
That's great. Thank you.
I would just echo that. You know, Carlsbad is in a state of emergency right now. It's a high priority for us. We've released a campaign called Safer Streets Together. So I appreciate that staff recognize that you have to do all three arms of traffic safety, being engineering, enforcement, and education. And that was reflected in the booth that I visited. So I appreciate that.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Gasterlin?
Yeah, my counterpart from Coronado and I visited the housing booth, and you know, we have a problem in the region. This is one of those things of concern that maybe we can all work on together. I learned that at the housing booth, that maybe we can. And here's what the problem is. We've done a feasibility study to build 54 housing units on the Del Mar Fairgrounds. So assume the land is free, and assume that you have a nonprofit developer ready to build completely low and lower income affordable housing, which is what we want to do, and we want to do it well. Roll all the numbers up, divide by 54 units on 1 acre, and you get $750,000 per unit is the cost. And after the developer has gotten every incentive, tax credit, tax deduction, everything that can be gotten, including projecting forward what the income is and assuming that that will help pay off a mortgage, roll all that up, and there's a $7 million gap. So for little cities like Del Mar or Coronado or Lemon Grove, Solana Beach right next door to us, Del Mar's complete annual revenue that we turn around and spend is $20 million. So $7 million is the gap for 54 units. And so SANDAG potentially, through its housing program, this may be the way, because we're all going to face that gap in every one of our jurisdictions. That's why 8 of us are not certified yet.
It's a tough job. You can keep that there. Very good. What else? Yes.
Thank you, Colleen. Yes, I was part of Group 10, and we didn't quite figure out what united us, but we did get started with the Smart Corridor booth, and I got a good conversation with Alex from SANDAG. I don't know where he is now, but it just blew my mind to imagine all of the innovation that is being sort of planned for already. It's just amazing to me. I sort of thought I had an idea about what a Smart Corridor is, but after speaking with Alex, I mean, it's way far in the future. And it's just exciting to me to realize that SANDAG is so forward-thinking in that direction. And then I also had that interesting arc where I ended up talking with Naomi Young at the data science booth. And it just, you know, data for me, it's grand, but it's also scary. And it's just, I did ask her, you know, do you just get a headache from all of these conceptual, you know, imaginings in your head? And she said, yes. But it's exciting to know all of the information that is gathered and is available. Yeah, that's what I learned.
Thank you, Councilmember Molina. Yes.
Well, I'm really...
Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. I'm really excited to have heard about the equity program, where if a project is $5 million or more, 30% would be targeted towards lower income communities in terms of the jobs. That would include job training, and especially to hear that the Bluff Stabilization Project is probably going to be one of those projects. So I'm really excited that there's going to be some jobs for many people in our community in North County. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Who else? Okay. So should we open the envelopes? No? Wait, what? I thought you said wait. Okay.
Colleen. So I also learned that you're really nice people. You're different than when you sit at the dais at SANDAG. But as I said this morning, I really do hope you take this retreat as an opportunity not only to know our staff, but to know each other. I do believe, like the chairwoman said many times, that politics is there, but you can set us aside sometimes to do what's good for the region. And I really think this is invaluable that you had this time with the staff. What's more important, you're going to have this time this afternoon by yourselves talking about important issues. As the chairwoman said many times, process is important. Staff are not in charge here. You're in charge. Staff will give recommendation. Hopefully you make informed decisions, but you really are in charge, and I want you to feel that way. The only time staff do things that makes you feel you're not in charge is if you're not doing your job as leaders. But I learn you're nice people, you're leaders in addition to that, and I really look forward to more work with you closely, and knowing many of you, because many of you are new, and I would be sitting sometime with you one-on-one.
Okay. So one of the things I did want to mention is when we surveyed you all and what you wanted to get out of the retreat, one of the things was to understand more about what SANDAG does and to get to know the staff. And so hopefully we accomplished that at least with this last hour or so. So envelopes are in front of some of you to open. So we will then go around and see if you guessed why you were together, anybody who got it right. I'm sure many of you will be surprised with what we came up with. And just, Councilmember Molina, you had mentioned about Naomi having a headache. She was at the data science table. And Ray Major mentioned to me that she has a headache because he's always asking her for data. It's not the data giving her a headache. It's Ray giving her a headache. Okay, so anybody surprised? Anybody find it interesting why we paired you? Interesting. Okay, tell us why.
I wasn't aware of the, commonalities between our cities. So I think that this is great to know. And I know that one of my teammates, Carolina, was asking, why do you think we're together? So now we know. Well, let's see. Employees in all 3 jurisdictions, Carlsbad, Chula Vista, and Solana Beach, have work commutes that are 15 minutes or less on average. And 1/3 of the employees in Chula Vista and Solana Beach live in the city of San Diego.
Okay, anybody else want to share? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Colleen. So I was matched up with Imperial Beach and Del Mar, and that was great. I think what I appreciate about this is I think it's representative of the expertise that SANDAG staff has. And while you all are diving into the data and the weeds, that technical expertise, I think, sometimes can provide you all with insights about our communities that even those of us who really care about our jobs and take a lot of time in our jobs wouldn't necessarily know. And so I think that, identifying that 2 in every 5 employees who work in Imperial Beach and Del Mar live in the city of San Diego. I'm not sure that any of us, Jack, I don't know if you knew that about Imperial Beach, and Mayor, I'm not sure if you knew that about Del Mar. So I really appreciate the way you all did this, because I think that there's a lot of times when we're having conversations that have political implications or are wrapped around contentious issues. I know that you all are using like this sort of detailed information to drive the recommendations that are coming, and just really kind of appreciate the very personalized ways that you all presented that to us.
That's great, thank you. Okay, who else wants to share? Yes, Councilmember Drucker. Drucker. Do you say Drucker or Drucker?
It's Drucker.
Drucker.
I am not Peter Drucker's cousin.
There we go, okay.
Or nephew or anything.
Nobody has to know.
I would love to be, but I can't claim that. I have another claim to fame, but I won't talk about that today. It was Santee, Vista, and Airport Authority. But this is only about Santee and Del Mar. 80% of Santee employees and 85% of Del Mar employees drive alone to get to work.
There we go.
The other thing is the greatest percentage of both Santee and Del Mar workers travel from the city of San Diego, 32% of Santee and 42% of Del Mar. Of course, that's probably 3 workers in Del Mar. And in terms of the 85% of Del Mar, that's probably only 50% of the population of Del Mar, because 25% only live there part-time, and the other 20 or 30% are retired.
So you added some data to all of that? Yes.
That's own personal knowledge.
Okay,
but
that's
I
great.
assume Santee has some interesting other statistics too. And I'm not, Vista was the other person, and you didn't put any stats on Vista. So.
Did we have any Vista stats, Cindy? What about you, Mayor? Can you add something to that?
I actually couldn't hear you very well, Dave, but here they talked about, I thought I saw something in here about military. I guess.
Likely than average to have current or former military living both compared to the national average, both in Del Mar and Santee.
Did everybody hear that? They have a higher percentage of former military or military living in Del Mar or Santee. I know specifically 8% of our population are veteran, so that's pretty spot on. So actually might be different now that we have the new census out. I'll have to do a follow-up on that. But interesting. And Vista, I don't know why you were thrown in with us. But we certainly enjoyed your company.
Thank you.
I think Vista was part of our group because we had 2 old farts and a young person.
Okay, so thank you for your participation. We are now going to break for lunch, so the board is excused. I just do want to ask Dr. Cindy Burke to stand up. She's the one who came up with all these statistics, so incredible job. Cindy's office is next to my office at SANDAG, and she was just pouring through all kinds of data to put this together, so thank you for that.
I have
Yes.
a request, I'm sure you have this all somewhere, but I would love to see, if you have just the fact sheet of everything that you share with everyone, if it could be emailed to all of us at some point, because I feel like it's a great opportunity for us to learn from each other. And, you know, I think it'd be amazing if we can just share it with everybody else.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to make a plug for our open data portal. And so a lot of this came
I
from.
know, but me trying to find this would be crazy.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
already did it, so.
we will send you links, and we're happy to come out and share some data,
Yeah.
because what our team does, and I hope you got to see the booth, we do a lot more than just what's in the census.
Yeah.
So definitely appreciate your support. Thank you.
And we can send just like all these facts in one document to everybody. Yep, okay.
I wanted you to pitch the community characteristics. I wanted you to pitch community characteristics.
I hope everybody has a wonderful lunch. Find somebody that you don't know, have a conversation with them, and we'll see you back at 1. All right, thank you, enjoy.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming back after lunch. Hopefully you had a good time together and got to talk with someone you maybe aren't close with or haven't met before. We're going to be starting off on our next panel, and I'll welcome Becca up here in a minute for this interactive session. But before I do that, tomorrow we had mentioned earlier that we're going to be doing a fact versus fiction panel where we have experts coming in that'll be joining us via Zoom. We did do that initial survey. We have some thoughts that have come out of that for the fact versus fiction panel. But if you go in the first ballroom, the first Oak Room A, there's a space in the back to put in questions or facts or things that if you want that addressed in the fact versus fiction panel. So that'll be up all day for the rest of today and through dinner. So if you think of something, want to make sure that's included in that session, you can leave it in the back of the room in the first one. So I will welcome Becca up for our next session.
I feel like COVID has really hurt my microphone game. I'm like, wait, how do you hold notes and a clicker and a microphone and all this? So welcome back to the afternoon. This morning, you spent most of your time getting your sort of brain filled with knowledge, right? So we were really focusing on the first goal today, which was about setting a sort of standard knowledge base for all of you. So this afternoon, we're really going to focus on the work that you as SANDAG board want to do. Right? What is the work you want to do and how do you want to do that work? So we're going to be doing a consensus building activity. Now, I'm going into this with a hypothesis, like I said this morning, that most of you agree on many things, right? The importance of SANDAG's work, the importance of meeting community needs, the importance of being fiscally responsible, right? There's a lot of stuff you agree on. However, the stuff you disagree on often ends up taking a lot of the airspace, right? And that can kind of spiral to a place where you're like, oh my God, we don't agree on anything, right? So today is really about mapping the boundaries of what you can agree on. And then this will serve as the foundation for the work that you might be able to get done as a SANDAG board over the next couple years. Does that make sense? So it's really flipping the lens from what aren't we agreeing on to, okay, what are the things we could agree on or what could we work on together? So, you are in breakout groups, and I'm going to talk you through what the exercise is. Okay, so the exercise, this is always like, also I have to read slides and turn around, is to come up with as many statements as possible at your tables that everyone at the table can agree on. So that is your challenge. In the end, what I would love to see is like 40 flip charts full of things that you all agree on from your tables. So this is going to be the first part of the exercise. And as I said earlier, here, today, right now, we're not going to talk about the weighted vote. At 3 o'clock, we're going to have a session where we're going to do something very similar just about the weighted vote. So at your tables, you don't need to talk about the weighted vote. You can save your thoughts on that for later. Crowd popularity right there. Okay. So here is how the exercise is going to work. Every table has a facilitator. If you're the facilitator for a table, raise your hand. I'm with you, that table with no one with their hand up. Every table has a scribe. If you're the scribe, raise your hand. So the scribe is going to be writing down the statements when you get to a place of agreement. You also have, let's see, what else do you have? What you're going to do, basically, is someone at your table is going to propose a statement that you think everyone at the table could agree on. Okay? And then everyone at the table is going to vote with your thumb. And here's what these mean. This means I agree with that statement. Now, you can choose whether it means like, oh, hell yes, I agree with that statement, or like, yeah, okay, fine, I agree with that statement. I don't care how much emotion you have, but this is I agree with the statement. This is, yeah, mostly I have some concerns, but for the sake of consensus, I can live with that statement. Okay? And this is no, I can't agree with that statement. So you're going to be asked to vote on every statement that people propose. I'm going to ask you to start with some easier statements, and then you can work to harder things. But let me show you how this might actually work. I'm going to use a silly example. Let's talk about ice cream. So let's say that at our table we're talking about ice cream, salted caramel ice cream. And I might say, okay, well, what I want is everyone to think that it's the best. But I can't start there, like, because I know people are going to disagree with that. So let me back the statement up. So I might start with, so salted caramel ice cream, it tastes sweet and salty, right? How do people feel about that statement? Right? That's super easy. Okay. So then I might take it a step further and I might say, okay, salted caramel ice cream is popular. Can everyone agree with that? Okay, let me just tell you what sideways means. Doesn't mean you like it. Is salted caramel a popular ice cream flavor? Yeah, okay. They sell it everywhere. Okay. Oh, you guys are gonna be troubled. We're gonna have so many sideways thumbs. Again, this statement doesn't say you like it. It just says it's popular. They sell it lots of places, right? Okay. Salted caramel ice cream tastes good. Okay, let me tell you what thumbs mean. I agree, I like it. Maybe I don't really like it very much, but I get lots of people like it, so generally, sure, I'm okay with it saying it tastes good. And this is, no one I know likes it, everyone thinks it's disgusting, I hate it, they all hate it, whatever. So I'm asking you as much as possible to get to here on these statements, okay? So I might take it a little bit further. Oh, wait, I'm going backwards. Salted caramel is the best. Right? At that point, people are going to be like, I'm a mint chip person, I'm a mocha person, right? Like, you're going to be all thumbs down on that. That's fine. But maybe I can then say, okay, I'd like to propose an amendment. It is one of the best. Can we get more people here? Like, so you're trying to really find that edge of where you can all agree on something, right? So this is a silly example, but this is basically what we're going to try to do about the SANDAG board. Is that good? Anyone? Okay, good. You got the thumb voting thing. Okay, so here's how it's going to work when you're really thinking about a SANDAG board thing. I'll give you a different example. So let's say that you're sitting here and you're thinking, I'm incredibly passionate about something. And that thing is that the SANDAG board should never use funding strategy X to fund a project, right? Okay, if you start that, if you're going to start there, what's going to happen? There's probably going to be people at the table who are going to immediately thumbs down, right? And then you're in an us versus them. Oh, sorry. Thank you. That you may feel very passionately. Yes. No. That SANDAG should never use funding strategy X to fund a project. Thank you. People tell me I talk too fast all the time, so you can always tell me to slow down. You'd think I'd learn if they tell me a lot, but. So let's say you feel very passionately about that. But if you start with that statement, it's probably not going to go anywhere. You're immediately going to get thumbs down. So how can you back that statement up to something that you think everyone at the table might agree with, right? So you might start with a statement like, we should evaluate and consider a lot of funding strategies. So hopefully everyone at the table can agree with that, right? Then you might say, lots of funding strategies have negative impacts, right? Okay, can everyone agree with that? Sure. Funding strategy X could have negative impacts. Maybe people can agree with that. But you might never get to we should never use it, but you could move your way toward it and see how far you can get the group. Questions so far? So I'm going to say that this exercise is so hard for people who perhaps trained as lawyers, or people who are constantly on the lookout for how they're going to be like gotten with something, right? So you might in your head be like, oh, no, I cannot thumbs up that, I cannot thumb sideways that, because someone later is going to say, like, you agreed with this statement. This is not that exercise, okay? This is not a binding contract. This is us as a collective trying to find the things that we can agree on, right? So when you feel that emotion of like, whoa, this could be held against me at some point, I just want you to sit with it for a second. And that's a good time to be this. Like, I have some concerns with it, and I can imagine a couple scenarios where that's not the right answer, but in general, I could be okay with that statement. Does that make sense? Or yes. Thank you for saying that. There are going to be 2 prizes for tables. The first is the table that has the most statements that they can agree on, right? So that's quantity. The second prize is for the table that can get the most controversial agreements, okay? So you can decide as your table how you want to win the most, or like push that envelope. And I'm going to tell you that the counting of statements, that's clear. The controversial, I'm probably going to just decide. So I won't give it to our table, then I have a conflict of interest now. But yes, so you're looking for a lot of statements. Questions about this process? Okay, we're gonna work on this for almost 2 hours. So you can start slow and easy with things that you think you can all agree on. We will be ending at 2:50 to take a 10-minute break before we do a similar exercise just focused on the weighted vote. All right, you all good? Okay, good luck.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to let you know that we have a 10-minute break right now, and then we're going to reconvene at 3 o'clock for the weighted vote discussion. 10 minutes.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get started on the next step in this day. All right, if everyone can take their seats. Thank you. So this next section, the last section we were really working at tables talking about SANDAG work in general, right? And this next section we're really going to focus on the weighted vote because that came up in the survey as something that people wanted to have more conversation about. So we're going to have two different sort of processes for this. The first thing that's going to happen is John Kirk is going to come up and he's going to do some of that foundation building, right, that we were doing so much of this morning, but specifically around the weighted vote. So the history of it, how it's been used, what the rules are, like those kinds of things, so that we're all talking from the same base of knowledge. And then after he's done, Chair Vargas is going to come up and she's going to propose some statements. And we're going to do basically the same exercise that you did at your table, but sort of around here, so we can get a sense of where people are on some of these statements around the weighted vote. Does that make sense? And then when she's done, I will entertain other statements from other folks if you would like to propose things about the weighted vote. So you can kind of hold that in your mind for an opportunity after Chair Vargas goes. All right, so I'll hand it over to John Kirk to talk about the weighted vote.
Thanks very much, Becca. I know I've met many of you, but I know we have a lot of new board members as well. My name is John Kirk. I'm General Counsel here at SANDAG. I've been at SANDAG for about 17 years. And part of my job that I really enjoy is that I get what I think is the enviable position to be able to give advice and guidance, and hopefully to you as a board as a whole being my client. And although I report to Hassan administratively, you as a board are my client. And my job is to help you to work as effectively as you can, to give you the information that you need to be able to perform your job as SANDAG board members as effectively as you can. As we talked about this morning, we want you to understand, to work from a strong foundation of knowledge, including the legal and regulatory framework that surrounds your role at SANDAG and SANDAG as an organization. And we know that sometimes this might be different than your home jurisdictions. So ultimately, as we wade into the weighty topic of the weighted vote, this is something that's important to have a strong foundation to understand where kind of the box is. I hate to say that there's limitations. There are, frankly, some limitations, but there's some room inside that box too for you to maneuver as a board to decide in your discretion as policymakers where you want to land with that. So since SANDAG, we looked at a history of SANDAG earlier today, and since what we refer to as a consolidation legislation, SB 1703, there's always been two elements to voting at SANDAG: the tally vote and the weighted vote. And those have always existed the same generally as they exist today. However, they were applied differently prior to January 1st of 2018. So first, let's talk about those two elements and what they are. First of all, the tally vote. I think we all generally understand this, and I apologize, I'm going to be pretty basic. I know some of you know this really well, but I'll recognize there's some new people in the room as well. Every jurisdiction, every voting jurisdiction at SANDAG, and that's 18 cities plus the county of San Diego, have one tally vote. So 19 tally votes at SANDAG. In order to have a meeting, we have to have a quorum of effectively that tally vote. We have to have 10 members, a majority of the 19. Although the city of San Diego and the county of San Diego have two representatives on SANDAG, recognizing even initially here their size, they only have one tally vote. So again, 19 jurisdictions, 19 tally votes. The weighted vote is a bit more complicated. There are a total of 100 weighted votes at SANDAG per our statutes. And it's important as we look at this as defined by statute, because again, looking at you exercising your discretion and what is the range of that discretion, you of course have your board policies. Those board policies need to be consistent with your bylaws, and then your bylaws need to be consistent with state law. So really when we talk about the weighted vote, these rules that we'll talk about now are defined by state law. And of those 100 weighted votes, they are allocated by the percentage of population. That is recomputed July 1st of every year based upon Department of Finance figures, and every jurisdiction has at least one weighted vote regardless of their size. Del Mar has 0.12% of the population, but they have a full weighted vote. The maximum weighted vote that a jurisdiction is allowed to have by statute is 50%. The largest weighted vote is the city of San Diego, which has 42 weighted votes. So from 1 up to 42, there's different numbers of weighted votes that are allocated to jurisdictions. Something that's a little bit different here, we talked about the county and the city of San Diego having 2 representatives. For the purpose of the weighted vote, the second representative is allowed to participate in that, and the weighted votes for the county and for the city are mandated to be split evenly between those 2 representatives. Other than that, whatever the voting member is on the board, they exercise the weighted vote for that jurisdiction. From 2003, the beginning of our consolidation legislation, through 2017, in order for a motion to pass at SANDAG, it required simultaneous majority vote of both the weighted and the tally vote. And that was something that happened in the background, much as it does now. But if something received a majority of the tally vote but not a majority of the weighted vote, it failed. If it received a majority of the weighted vote but not a majority of the tally vote, it failed. It had to get a majority of both of those for most of the items you deal with that require a majority vote. And that is specifically a majority of those who are present. AB 805, that became effective January 1st of 2018, modified how the weighted and tally vote are applied. Initially, it's a 2-step process. There is a vote that is taken on a motion, requires the majority tally vote of those members who are present. So if there are 16 members who are present, then 9 tally votes are going to be required. If all jurisdictions, if all 19 jurisdictions are present, you're going to need 10 tally votes to pass an item. Once a tally vote has been taken, then any 2 members may call for the weighted vote. In order to then supersede that tally vote, then once a weighted vote is called for, whatever the result of the weighted vote is a result of the vote on that item. And so in order to proceed under the weighted vote, it requires 51%, not just of those present, but of the total weighted vote. And remember that every jurisdiction is allocated a certain number of weighted votes. So if some jurisdictions are absent, effectively those jurisdictions are a no on the weighted vote. You have to get 51% of the weighted vote in order for the item to pass. And there are some exceptions to this initial tally and then weighted vote, and the primary one is one we recently experienced with board elections. Per statute, for board leadership elections, only the weighted vote is used. There is no initial tally vote. There are some circumstances where items require more than a majority of a vote, such as an amendment to the Transnet ordinance, or if you were to pursue condemnation and we're going to adopt a resolution of necessity. Those require a 2/3 vote. Those, if the weighted vote was called for there, would also require 2/3 of the weighted vote. And you saw that recently. So how has a weighted vote been used in the 5+ years that it has been in place under this modified system under AB 805? During those 5 years, there's been 9 times when the weighted vote was called for. You look at those, it helps to kind of identify maybe what some of our hot button topics are. 4 of those times had to do with RENA, and 3 of those times had to do with Transnet. You had a couple, we had a board leadership election, and there was a strategic plan vote in there too, but primarily that's where it's been focused. So it is 9 times, but over 5 years, you've certainly taken scores, if not maybe hundreds would be excessive there, but you've taken a lot of votes. It has been used. It's been used somewhat sparingly during that time. How does SANDAG compare to other jurisdictions? Are there any other jurisdictions who have a system like this? It's not as maybe as well known or talked about as SANDAG, but both of our operators, both MTS and NCTD, also have a tally and then weighted vote system that is very similar to SANDAG's, where there is an initial tally vote, weighted vote might be called for, and the weighted vote is allocated based upon population of jurisdictions that are represented there. So ultimately, that's really the framework that you live in now under the Public Utilities Code section, SANDAG's governing statutes under AB 805. So my hope is with this understanding, as you look at what it is, how it is that you can maybe find some agreement on how you move forward with this, we want to make sure that you understand it, and I will be available if there's questions along the way about what you can do, what you can't do. Happy to address those either today or in the future, but I look forward to a great conversation on this, and I'll turn it back over to Becca. Happy to. Yes, Jack. Yeah, the question is the other MPOs. Do other MPOs exercise a weighted vote system? And I will say I am not aware of it. I'm not going to tell you that they don't. As we did research on this, the ones that became apparent were our local operators.
Could you speak to the purpose, in a sense, what operationally this is supposed to do to help out when a tally vote fails to go to a weighted vote that passes? That's to try to decide a more population-based result.
Obviously, the weighted vote is based on population, so I'll really defer to the discretion of any individual board member who calls for it and why they think it's important. And obviously, as with the federal government, where you both have Congress and the Senate, it's important that every city's autonomy is important, but also important is how many residents, what the population of that jurisdiction is. So when it's called for, I would say that's based upon the discretion of whoever it is that's either calling for it or voting to support it.
So there's been a lot of discussion at the board or comments made by board members about the board changing the weighted vote. My understanding is that the board does not have the power to change the weighted vote. Is that correct?
The board does not have the power to change state law, and the weighted vote is established by state law. If you're looking at the range of what can you do and what can't you do, ultimately it's important to recognize the idea of preemption, that under the doctrine of preemption, any local legislation that conflicts with a state law that occupies that same area of focus would be void. To the extent that you wanted to adopt some aspirational rules encouraging collaboration, that would be fine. To the extent that there's any kind of a rule that takes away any individual's right, any individual member's right to call for the weighted vote and adds any condition to that other than the conditions that are set forth in state law, which is that you've had a preliminary tally vote, that would be problematic. But you do have board policies talking maybe about decorum or collaboration and those types of aspirational goals, so you could certainly have things that encourage people to talk, but ultimately any hardline rules forbidding its use other than on the conditions set forth in state law would not be valid.
I think you said in regard to leadership that the weighted vote is required, right? But not for the second vice chair, right? Because we did a tally vote for that was overturned by a weighted vote.
That's right, because your statutory positions are specifically the chair and the first vice chair. The second vice chair is allowed by state law, but it's not mandated, so state law is silent on that. It doesn't apply the weighted vote only requirement to the second vice chair.
So my question is, are there any other times where a weighted vote is required for the SANDAG board other than the chair and vice chair?
That is the only time when you dispense with the tally vote and go straight to the weighted vote.
So I just want to make sure in regard to what the other question a moment ago about any restrictions or changing state law on preemption, I want to make sure everybody has the right understanding and that we agree. There is nothing that requires, other than for those two positions, for SANDAG's board or any member ever to call a weighted vote, and they could literally never call one if that's what they individually decided.
It's every individual board member's discretion whether to either call it or not call it.
So we agree with each other.
Okay, so now we're going to go through an exercise that's very similar to what you did at your tables. Like I said, I'm going to invite Chair Vargas to come up here, and she's going to propose some statements. It's going to be a little bit different because I'm actually going to write the statements down when she says them before you do the thumb votes, just so you can all see them and have a moment to process them. Sound good? That's good. Great.
All right. You seem very excited to be part of this discussion. All right, so first and foremost, do not shoot the messenger, right? I think it's really important that I want to make sure that we don't make this weighted vote discussion about me as the chair of the board, because I am the chair of the board of SANDAG. I am one of the many board members who gets to vote. And like many of you, you get to use the weighted vote if you choose to or not. I think it's really important to make clear that there are very passionate perspectives on this item, and this morning when Becca started the conversation, she said, look at these 4 items, today's board retreat, and which is the one that you're going to have the hardest time with. And so before we have this discussion, I want to be clear that for me, as the first Latina chair of SANDAG and the first Latina supervisor for the county of San Diego, for me, clearing this slate is not something that I can do very easily, right? I can put my bias aside, and I work really hard every day to do that. But it's hard for me to clear a slate when for decades, right, my experience, my lived experience, I'm talking about me, Nora Vargas, as a representative, many of my communities have not been at the table making decisions, and they have been marginalized, right? And so when my representative, Lorena Gonzalez, introduced AB 805, she did that with that in mind. You may or may not like what I'm saying, but I want you to hear me. And I was hoping that other people will not be having side conversations as we're having this, because I think this is a very important issue. And so when my assembly member introduced this legislation, it was under the auspices, right, that for years, communities that had large populations had not been represented because of the way the structure was. We may or may not agree with it. It's state law, as it was stated. And so I want to make sure that you hear me, that when I'm standing here, I do have a clear bias. And that clear bias is that it's hard for me to clear the slate because for decades, right, public transportation for my communities and mobility for communities that I represent were not at the table. Whether you think it's right or wrong, I'm just giving you where I am coming from as a representative, and I understand that we all come to the table with all those different perspectives, and so I want to make sure that I put that on there. Having said that, my commitment as the chair of the board is to ask that we stop with the political theatrics and that we really think about what our overall goal is as board members, right? There is a tool in our toolbox, and my commitment is that we try to figure out, not to use it unless necessary, but unless necessary is, subjective, because that depends on each board member when they decide to use it or not, and whether we have the votes or not. In this case, since my tenure, we used it twice. Once, we were able, it passed. Second time, it wasn't. sometimes the weighted vote is not the tool to get things done, right? We saw that. And so I want to make sure that we really think about these different perspectives as we're moving forward. And, you know, my goal is that the 18 cities and the county really have an opportunity to have all decision makers come up with solutions and how we're going to address our regional issues. I really do believe that this is a very powerful entity, and I really do believe that there's a lot of work to be done at SANDAG. I am grateful that our audit committee members are here, because I want to just make sure that we highlight this, right? That AB 805 also had that component of the audit committee. There were things that were done at SANDAG for years that nobody really questioned, and this audit committee has really brought forth ways to really create systemic change that I think is going to have really good long-term implications about how we actually get things done. So I'm excited about what that looks like and how much all of you have spent in doing that work. And I think it's connected to all of the work that we're doing as we're moving forward. And so for me, after hearing from a lot of colleagues, and I had a conversation with most of the folks who have different perspectives, and including our second vice chair, who actually opposes the weighted vote, and her and I have had healthy conversations around this, because I think in the end that is what it's all about, right? We are all elected representatives. Each one of us represents very diverse communities, and when we're at the table, my hope is that we are going to have healthy discussion. If anything, I think the last board meeting that we had demonstrated that we are all independent thinkers that are ready to have these civil conversations where we're going to be like, we agree on this, we don't agree on this, and we're going to move forward on that. And I am hoping that that's the tone that we're going to have as we move forward. And what I'm hearing, right, when I hear folks say that representation matters, I agree with you. I agree with you when you say that. And so my goal is that as chair of SANDAG, I'm going to be committed to leading discussions where all board members feel seen and heard. All board members. It doesn't matter what your party representation is. I want to make sure that everyone feels seen and heard.
So I'll add that one up here. So committed to ensuring all board members
Feel seen and heard.
How do people feel about that?
Okay. I'm also committed to ensuring that everyone should have a safe space to share their opinions and recommendations.
So take a moment to think about that one. As safe spaces.
I think I go back to the grant discussion. I think that was a really, really good, healthy discussion where I think the Transportation Committee had some concerns about the direction, and then we were able to have dialogue and really think about what does it look like. You know, can we make sure that we not only comply with what the committee had already agreed to, but at the same time make sure that we redirect to staff something that we wanted the committee to look further into. And I think my commitment is that I will pause to make sure that I'm not, that I'm doing everything I can in my role as chair to use process so that we can get to a goal where, everybody is heard and seen and they're able to provide their opinions and recommendations.
So a friendly amendment to that could be using the processes that you have to make that happen.
Sure.
How do people feel about that? You know, if you're going sideways, you can't.
All right, that it is important that every resident of the region should feel like their needs are represented in a SANDAG decision.
Gosh, I type so much faster than I write.
That it is important that every resident of the region should feel like their needs are represented in the SANDAG decision. The SANDAG decisions, I guess is the right word.
What do people think about that? Okay. Some people have stopped voting.
which is cool too, right? All right. Number 4 is that we look at our decision-making process from a higher level. So we are there representing either our unincorporated areas or our regional areas, but that we're also thinking about the big picture as a region and what does that look like from a broader perspective. From a higher level, so it's sort of that regional perspective. If somebody has better wording for that, I'm happy to, you can wordsmith it.
Any friendly amendments on that one?
Okay.
Yeah? Oh, actually, no, I think no. Not during this.
Yeah. Sorry. All right, and then, yes, ma'am.
Put the amendment into words, but the gist of it is, you know, we cannot do things, each of us individually, that would harm our home base. You know, we can't cause harm to our home base in order to accomplish something that may be good for the region without an awful lot of compromise or mitigation to that harm. We know about mitigation. So I would look for a modification.
Can you share an example with me where we've done that?
Well, I think an example that's, you know, so for example, sometimes you have to, I'll use an example that will be dear to my mayor's heart. Sometimes you need to use eminent domain to take someone's home in order to build an entrance to a tunnel. But if there are engineering ways to avoid that, even if they cost more, we should be doing that. So I would want this last to be qualified in some way to say that, to embrace the fact that do no harm that can be avoided. You know, that would be the addendum.
Yes.
So for me, I have no problem with looking at decision-making from a higher level because it's not exclusive. It's one way to look at it, but it doesn't mean we can't also look at it on our local level. You know, you have to do both, is my opinion. If that means that's the only thing we're going to do, then I would be against it. But to address what you're saying, but also to answer a question that you asked her, in my opinion, and we don't need to go into like solving it now, but just how it feels like local harm was done, is yeah, Coronado definitely feels like the housing allocation caused local harm because we don't know how to comply with it legally.
I know, but is that in my sphere of influence as a SANDAG?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
that was previously, not you personally. I don't mean, I'm not attacking you. You're talking about us as a board, right? This is
state. It was a
right.
state. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So here we are moving forward, right? So this is like a new.
Yeah, I was just giving you an example about how we have to look at local as well.
All right, and then, but so I think what I am trying to do here with looking at it from a higher level is sort of this idea that, so I always try to share with folks, right? I represent cities, right, like Imperial Beach. So every decision that I make, I include Imperial Beach, Chula Vista, National City, Bonita, which is unincorporated, Spring Valley, that is unincorporated, and I still think I represent Coronado, even though I don't know anymore.
We still love you.
Yeah, thank you. And but you know, so I understand that there's politics involved. We all have to get reelected. I mean, come on, let's be honest, right? We have to do this work because we were elected by people to do that work. But then I want to make sure that we are also thinking about what are the long-term implications of the initiatives or policies that we are voting on. So, you know, that's where that came from. And so I think it's looking at making decisions from a higher level, and then I'm happy to include, you know, I don't know, the word harm is triggering to me because I'm like, I'm assuming I never make decisions that are going to harm people, but I don't know. So maybe somebody can help me with that, but yes.
Chair, I think,
Yes.
if I may offer, and thank you very much for being chair. It's a very tough job, so thank you for volunteering
You're
for that.
welcome.
I
was
think,
voluntold to do this job, but anyway, go ahead.
I appreciate your sentiment of wanting to pursue regional interests, and I certainly sympathize and empathize with Councilmember Gasterlin's sentiment of, well, we can't do so at the expense of our own communities.
I got it.
And so I would offer language that would be to make a good faith effort to advance regional interests while doing no harm to local agencies.
Okay.
Because there's certainly going to be projects that do not directly benefit the residents of Coronado, but may benefit the residents of East County or North County. That would be fully on board for getting behind. But as related to the RENA housing allocation, there was basically a 14-5 SANDAG weighted vote that a 5-14 weighted SANDAG vote that overturned the will of 14 agencies that caused a lot of harm to those cities that were appealing the RENA decision. So I would offer that up as pursuing the regional interests without expense to the local agencies.
Okay. I have a hard time with harm because harm is so, it depends on what people think is harmful, maybe sort of varied. So if somebody can help with that word. Yes, ma'am.
Negative impact. Something like that.
Yeah.
I would say just consideration, because I'm not sure what some of the folks are referring to, but maybe harm in somebody's perspective could actually be seen as part of the solution from another jurisdiction. So I also have an issue with the word harm. Maybe just consideration, I think, would be something that is more somewhere in the middle.
Regional needs with, so you mean something like good faith effort to meet regional needs, taking local, while considering local impact.
Local impacts.
Would that's not strong enough? Okay.
I really appreciate all the new board members here. I'll be as concise as possible with this. The RENA cycle that concluded a couple of years ago, it allocated 160,000 housing units approximately to the region. The methodology behind that put several cities in a very disadvantaged position where we were forced to comply with essentially now a state mandate that's impossible to comply with. It is absolutely impossible to comply with. You had 4 member agencies here file an appeal that made findings stating why it was impossible to comply with. The board itself had the ability to grant the appeal at no expense to any other member agency, and the board voted to do so on a 14-5 basis, but because the way to vote, 5 member agencies overruled the other 14 member agencies. The harm that caused the city of Coronado is we're now spending over $1 million to come up with a housing element that's compliant with state law. 0 additional housing units will actually be built. 0 additional affordable units will actually be built. It won't actually produce more housing. So the regional interests were not advanced, but Coronados were certainly harmed. And so if you tell me we're only going to take into consideration whether or not it causes you harm, that's something that we need. I feel very strongly that a lot of these smaller cities are going to need stronger verbiage there to get behind.
I'm wondering if there's some lenience to this both and idea as we talk about this, right? This is not an either or situation. How do you hold regional needs and how do you hold local needs, right? And so we don't have the language right. I totally get that. But like, what could that language sound like?
Right. Quickly, sorry, get clarification for what question we're trying to answer right now. Is this how we're expecting all of us to conduct ourselves?
Sorry.
Is it a question for the whole group as individuals? What I heard you say is this is what your commitment is to us. In which case, the expectation that you as chair are going to make every decision without causing any harm, anywhere seems
Unattainable.
impossible, even for you.
Even though I'm wonderful, yeah, I know. Just kidding.
If it's for how each of us will approach so anyways, I think that some clarification as to what it is that we're putting up there would be really helpful for me. Yeah.
Which would you propose this falls under?
Well,
So
I want.
basically saying you can't, this would be impossible for a chair.
So I was taking it that these are aspirational statements that we are embracing, that Chair is offering them and offering to tailor them so that we as a group can give it a thumbs up. I heard the word harm is triggering. The word harm, although my father is a surgeon, And he, every day, operates under do no harm. But that's a different use of the word. I totally agree with you. So we offered negative impacts, negative consequences, and that still seems to be something that people can't quite get around. I want to reinforce, I want to dispel a myth, because this has actually come up in the Del Mar City Council meetings. The use of the formula to allocate housing units according to numbers of jobs in each jurisdiction and according to transit hubs, that came from within SANDAG. And how it was used within SANDAG came from within SANDAG. That formula was not a state mandate. What came from the state is the total number to SANDAG. And it was even a weighted vote that was used to accept that number under the fear here among our predecessors that by refusing or pushing back on the number that the state gave to SANDAG would lead to retaliation, and our number would become even higher. And then people pointed to SCAG as an example of that later. So we really are between a rock and a hard place as a group here. So I'm looking for a word other than harm, other than negative consequences. Basically, it comes down to take that bird's eye view, to look at it from a higher level, to seek to do what furthers and does, what furthers the mission of SANDAG without, fill in the blank, our home jurisdictions. And we still don't have, I would say harming, without hurting, without causing suffering in our home jurisdictions.
Sort of two different things going on. First of all, do you all use a parking lot? Have you ever used that? Do you use that in SANDAG board meetings? I feel like there's a conversation about housing allocation that maybe this isn't the right venue for, but that there's energy there. Would that be fair? No?
This is an example.
Okay.
Our chair wanted
Okay.
an example.
Okay, great. Then let's just go to the second one, which is we're just trying to find a word that maybe is a little less, yes.
I'm wondering if adding the concept of materiality might help, because harm as a word by itself, it could be insignificant, it could be acceptable, but material raises it to a level that I would hope nobody wants to do material harm to any other entity.
Well, I have the mic, so can I just go?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
Go ahead.
okay, Chair. I was going to say, if we have this, look at the meeting from a higher level, real perspective, good faith effort to meet, what does that say? Regional needs. And I was going to say that don't disproportionately affect cities or region, or I guess you could say, yeah, any agency. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm the next one with the mic, so.
Oh, wait, let me get
Yeah.
him, and then I'll get you. Go ahead, sir.
Can we just agree that this
Wait,
probably
hold on one second.
doesn't
'Cause he
work?
was- give me a second, because he was next, and then I'm going to have you go. Go ahead.
So these are aspirational goals, as
Yeah.
Terry mentioned. They're never going to be 100%.
Yeah.
We're never going to be able to say, you as chair are going to have 100% board, all members will always feel 100% seen and heard.
Agreed.
It's aspirational. The aspiration here is to create good faith effort to meet regional needs without causing any agency some type of negative impact. It may happen, though. It can happen, will happen, but the idea is we want to make decisions based upon not harming a negative impact. And I like the concept of negative impact because that has some meaning to it rather than harm. And, and again, it's aspirational. It is, we would hope that 99% of the time that will happen. There will be times where somebody's going to get hurt. and there's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's me, right? It's my turn? Okay. I think we can't get past this sentence, so maybe we just don't include it.
Well,
That would be my comment.
no, I appreciate that, but I actually think that this is really important for some of the members who are here, who have felt like there have been times where things have not been, that have negatively impacted them. And so I think that, you know, in the previous conversation at our table, part of the conversation is how do we have more dialogue and discussion about what those negative impacts may be or those challenges may be for certain cities or for certain areas. And so I will respectfully disagree that I actually think that we could find a balance on this, and I'm not sure that we're in a hurry to finish this, right? I think that part of why we're having a retreat today is to really have an opportunity to have a discussion, and maybe we're not all gonna agree on it, but because I want to, at least in my capacity as the chair of this board, I wanna give us an opportunity to have this important discussion, because we don't get to have these discussions at the SANDAG board, and that's what this is for. So I want to just be able to open up that space. We won't go on for hours, but I promise you, because I know that there's a lot of work to be done, but I do think that it's a healthy conversation, so yes.
I was thinking if you make a good faith effort to mitigate concerns or objections, the word mitigate is an action word that says, I will try.
How about that? What are you all?
How do we feel about that?
What were you gonna?
What's your easier one?
Thank you for that.
With the least amount of harm, and I think that would make it a good aspirational goal. And in terms of harm, right now people are thinking about harm to your cities and your constituents. I can tell you from an environmentalist perspective, almost everything we're going to do is going to do harm. So I got to say, you know, if we could do a good faith effort to meet the regional needs with the least amount of harm, that would be a good aspirational goal. And that would
How do
meet
people
many of
feel
your
about
needs.
that? Okay, so, yes.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we could even lean into that yes and, both and lens that we're encouraged to look through, and kind of put the local municipal concerns first in this statement, saying perhaps, could I read it a little bit more? That, you know, we are committed to the success of local agencies while making decisions from a higher level to address regional goals. Because I do believe it is possible to do both. But I think what I'm hearing is that, and I can resonate with this, some of our, you know, local municipalities that feel overwhelmed by these regional decision-making, you know, historically and potential future decisions, would like to be prioritized more. And I think we can do that by, you know, stating first and foremost that we will celebrate the successes, and we will work towards the success and the well-being of those local municipalities while focusing on regional goals.
Okay. So I appreciate that, but I heard some consensus on the mitigation word. So can we go back and can you help me with that and bring it back, because I don't remember exactly how you stated it. So we can, if you can think about that and see if that's what everybody's okay with.
How about I say, look at decision-making.
But the mayor Coronado has to agree before he leaves, otherwise we're not going to be in trouble. So, come on.
Richard, I got you.
Let's hurry.
Look at decision-making from a higher level while making a good faith effort to meet regional needs and mitigate local concerns or objections.
Yeah, you like that? Everybody? Thumbs? Yeah? All right. Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful evening.
Can I say one quick thing?
Yes.
I just want to name that basically that conversation was the central tension that you all hold as SANDAG board members, and I just want to say it out loud because I'm sure you're all feeling it, that you are elected members of a regional area and you are a member of a board of a community, and you are a board that has to look at the whole region. And basically, that tension, that both and, holding those two things all the time is what you're being asked to do as a SANDAG board member. So you're not all about your local, you're not all about the region, you're kind of doing a both and figuring that out. So just wanted to name that.
The next one is that it's important that all communities feel equitably represented.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. But what about if there's people who feel sideways, do we have a conversation or are we just? I did.
Sorry, and yeah, I just need a little more clarification on what that means.
Yeah. So for me, I want to make sure that as we're looking at all of these perspectives, that we really think about that representation actually matters, and that as we're moving forward, we really think about the implications of each of these policies and really think about it from the big picture perspective. That to me is really important. And I'm not sure that everybody's always going to feel represented, but I want to make sure that we do everything that we can so that, you know, the smaller cities have a voice, unincorporated areas have a voice, and that in the discussion process, all those voices are being heard.
So what I like about that is the word of equitably instead of equally, because we've been trying to do the equal thing for many years, and that just doesn't work out. And the word equitable really allows us to take a look and celebrate really the diversiveness of each of our communities, the richness that they provide to the region as a whole, and make sure that we retain that diversity and we retain that difference in each of our communities.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. But I'm not sure how that works when a weighted vote is called.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that goes back to this conversation, right, about sort of, you know, the weighted vote has been used numerous times. It's not just this board that has used it, and it has been used by various political parties as well. So it's not a Democratic thing or a Republican thing. It just has been. And so I keep saying this, and I know that some folks don't like it. I don't know how else to say that, but it is a tool in the toolbox, and there are times where you know, a member has the ability to use it if they want to, and so I think it's important. No, I mean, I'm just being honest, right? That I think it's important, and anybody on this board can use it. It's not to the chair or the vice chair or the second chair, vice chair to use it. I think it's again, a tool in the toolbox that was created to ensure that there was population, that was the majority of the population was represented, and that's how it was done. And so it's there, it's the elephant in the room, but my hope is that if we use all of the other values that we've created, we don't have to get to a space where we're using that, right? That everybody's going to be seen and heard, and that there are going to be times where we're going to make tough decisions and we're going to do them together. And I think I said it on KUSI, I don't expect to leave this retreat with a kumbaya and everybody's on the, you know, perfect and happy. We all are here representing very diverse populations, and our job is to represent our communities while really thinking about this regional perspective at the same time. And it's a natural tension that is not easy to do, but as, you know, I get to do that as a one of 5 board members in a very diverse board of supervisors, and sometimes people may appreciate what we do and sometimes they don't, but it's, you know, democracy, and so here we are. Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir.
You know, I understand why you'd have the word feel in there, but as data rich and as data driven as SANDAG is, it might be that all communities are equitably represented.
Sure. You know, I'm a Libra, and I believe that people should feel good, and I want people to be happy, so, you know, I don't know what else to tell you. And I'm also the oldest of 4 kids, and so I always want to make sure everybody has representation. Everybody is able to give their opinion. I grew up like that, sharing and all that stuff, so this is my nature to feel. But I appreciate it and can change that. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor Pinto.
here's what I think about this. You can't feel equitable just on one item only. What happens is, throughout time, there may be that one day where you didn't get your way. But you know, if you're getting your way 7 out of 10 times, I think that's pretty equitable. So I think time is what's going to tell us whether or not your community is equitably represented, because it's just like going to buy a car. Sometimes you're going to get the price you want, sometimes you're not. But you come out even somewhere in that whole thing. So I think that this is a very high level thing that we have to look at. And for instance, if we look at it from a weighted vote point of view, if it's a 17-3, and then there's a weighted vote, and the 17 are overturned by the 3, people are going to say, that's not fair. But if you know what, it's almost right down the middle, or just at the cusp of where you need the weighted vote, well, then somebody's going to walk away saying, okay, I get what happened.
Yeah.
So that's how I think we should look at whether or not we're being treated equitably or not.
Okay, and you like the word "are" instead of "feel"? You're cool with that? Okay, sir?
Any of them work for
Okay.
me.
Let me go ahead and have Councilmember Chu. And I'm going to encourage folks who haven't raised their hands or who have not provided any input to also do that. And for those of us who are sharing a lot, I'm going to use my old nonprofit executive request to do the step back and really let others also comment, because I know that some of us are very passionate about this issue, but I think I want to make sure we have space for everybody to engage as we're moving forward. So, yes, sir.
Thank you. I have a statement and a quick question. So when AB 805 was enacted, concessions were given to give small cities a greater voice, a much greater voice than their population. 805 could have said, let's divide it by 1,000 rather than 100. And that would have been fairer for the smaller cities as well as the bigger cities. So even as it stands now, the weighted vote gives smaller cities, many of the smaller cities, a much greater vote, a much better say given their population. So I'm kind of wondering, for those who say that that either the weighted vote is more equitable or not equitable, I don't see where that's coming from. With the weighted vote, small cities have a much greater say, many of the smaller cities have a much greater say than given their population. In itself, the weighted vote is not equitable enough. So I really wonder where people are coming from. At least that's my definition of equity.
Yeah.
So I think I'm really wondering where all that is coming from and how that's justified. We did not have a question about the weighted vote when the majority was different. We only had that in the more recent years when there was a change in which side of the aisle took the votes. So I'm really wondering, where is this coming from?
I guess what I'm trying to do is, as much as I can, and again, there's no naive bone in my body, but I am trying to depoliticize this as much as I can, so we can really think about what are the values that we can all agree to so that we can move forward. There have been a lot of decisions that have been made in the last, I was chair of transportation for 2 years, so I've been very, very aware of votes that have been taken. I've been very engaged with SANDAG, even in my previous role as as a community college trustee, right, for Southwestern College, and some of those decisions that have been made and how they impact our communities. But I think what I'm trying to figure out, right, is how do we move forward? And so the recommendations, aspirational recommendations I am presenting to you is to say, if we can all agree that this is how we are moving forward, right? I'm not promising you that the weighted vote is not going to be used, because I want to make sure that it's very clear, right? But it's not just me. Any one of you can use the way to vote. So let's not make it about the Nora show, because it's not the Nora show. This is about, it is a tool in our toolbox. Anybody can use it. Whether people like it or not, when we use it or not, that's a whole other different conversation. And we can have that conversation. However, what I'm saying is, how do we move forward, right? And how do we make sure that we are efficient so that we are really doing our jobs as the 18 cities? And I go back to the last meeting that we had at SANDAG. It was a very, we had conversations. We were able to prioritize our legislative, agenda, modifying things that people liked and didn't like, we changed them, right? Same thing with the grants. And so, again, we're not always going to agree, but my goal is, as your chair, that we find some stability and we have clear values of how we're going to move forward. And so, and they're not values, these are more aspirational sort of goals that I have as we move forward and think about how we're going to get this work done. That is the conversation that we're having now. And so perfection is not what I'm trying to attain. What I'm trying to attain is, what are the rules of engagement that we're going to use as colleagues to be able to move an agenda forward for the region? This may be it or maybe not. We can always review it again. So thoughts, ideas? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I want to talk about equitable, the word, because questions have been asked about that.
Oh, sorry.
All communities are equitably represented. What does equitable mean? And, at the university, we talk about this a lot. We have equity, diversity, and inclusion. We have diversity, equity, and inclusion committees. I'm on 3 different EDI, DEI committees for society, for university, for the department that I chair. And it really comes down to actions and corrections and recognizing systematic unfairnesses and systematic biases that have truncated action. And one way to think about it is to say, what is an equitable environment, an equitable situation? It's one that creates opportunities that did not exist before.
I guess we both agree on that. And that's what AB
absolutely.
805 is all about, right? I mean, honestly, that's what, so I'm gonna like, I don't want to do potato, como dicen, right? And when I get tired, I start speaking Spanish. But I guess we're saying the same thing. We're just looking at it from different lenses, which is what the beauty of equity is all about. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And good discussion, and I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish through the discussion, because I do think, relative to the point that we started out here, there are a lot of commonalities here, and there are a lot of things that we would like to do together. Just making some comments on some of the things you've shared, though. I mean, yes, it is a tool. One of the things I point out, another tool that we have in our tool chest is the ability to advocate for changing state laws. So we could say that this is not a good thing, and we should be advocating as an organization for this tool not to be there or to be the way it was before. So we have other tools as well. Then another point worth bringing up is that a tool, I've had access to a tool before called an excavator. I could choose to use an excavator to dig up a dandelion in my front yard, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea. So
Probably illegal.
and potentially even illegal. So
Yeah.
we do have to be careful.
None of this is illegal, just to be clear.
Well, it's legal if I pull a permit, but
There you go. Then you can do whatever you
so-
want.
But so you do have to realize there's the right and effective ways to use tools as well. And I think the unfortunate reality of the way the design of AB 805, which to your point earlier, I love the fact that it recognized we needed an audit function, and we now have an audit committee, so it did some good stuff. But the design of this is, we need to recognize that, like if you look at the board meeting where the leadership was elected, there really wasn't much contention around the chair and vice chair, because it's designed that it's always used as a weighted vote. But now you've created, the state law has created a situation where we have this environment that, we took a vote and we had something happen, but now certain people didn't like what happened, so now we're going to do it all over again a different way. And that literally is to reproduce Tony Kranz's comment, it's like sticking a hot poker in people's eyes, right? It doesn't feel good, it's emotionally problematic, and it's something that's hard to get over. And that's just something we have to realize as a board and as members of the board, that when we exercise this, we're actually creating a contentious, chaotic environment because of the way this is designed. And that I believe is problematic. And I do think, and I like a lot of the statements. I think some of these statements can be viewed as challenging, so all communities feel or are equitably represented. At this point in time, for example, I don't know who is representing the unincorporated area in Jim Desmond's district, for example. Nobody in that district has voted for anybody on this board. And
well, but I mean, to be fair, right? To be fair, I represent the unincorporated area, so does Supervisor Anderson, and we're looking at other modalities to be able to change that as well so that we can have incorporation. But I mean, anybody can say that, there are, no African Americans on the County Board of Supervisors, so that means that there's no representation for the African American community.
No,
so,
I'm just pointing out the challenge of the statement is a challenge.
But I feel like we need to, again, perfection is going to create challenges for all of us. I think what we need to figure out is what is sort of a baseline that we can all get to this point. We're not going to go all here, but I think we need to get here in order for us to be able to move forward, which is, I think, the most important thing about the exercise that we're doing today. And being able to have a discussion, super healthy, but I think there's also a space for us to be able to say, all right, well, that's the aspiration. Is the system a fair one? I could sit here for hours and tell you as a poli-sci major why this system that wasn't created for me or by me is not fair to me or my community, but we can be here until tomorrow.
Right,
so
I agree.
So I guess it's
but what I think what we all want, what you're trying to get to is a system that works, right?
Well, I think all of us want a system. This is not,
Right,
again, this is not the
I'm
Norris
sorry,
show.
I'm just saying that the point of the discussion is to get to a system that works.
Yes.
And I'm not sure with the way that what we have now has been executed, it's going to work well, even, because of some of the things that are being pointed out. And that's what I'm concerned about, and we can have the exercise, and I said I like this, I think it'll help and make progress. Whether it's actually going to make enough progress is unclear, simply because of the constraints we believe we've been given and the way it's operating so far.
So, I mean, I think one of the things that I was challenged us to do is how do we get to yes, right, as a board, right, and really have those discussions so that we don't have to use the weighted vote. That would be my intent. And I'm really being very pure about this, right? How do I get to yes, right? How do we make sure that our communities are represented and the 275,000, 70,000 people in Chula Vista have the same voice that the folks in Solana Beach or these other smaller areas, right? So to me, that's an important conversation to have. And so we talked in the previous group exercise about how, people think that when you put things on the consent agendas because you're trying to hide something and you're trying to be like this mafioso elected official. That's not what you're doing, right? You're trying to get as much as you can done through the consent agenda so that we can have enough time to have a discussion in all the items. And so I think one of my roles as a chair and to work with my vice chair and my second vice chair and the executive committee is to think, do we really need to pile on 20 items in a board meeting where everybody needs to leave at 12? And so then what we're doing is we're just kind of going through discussion like this, and people are not being able to have a really comprehensive discussion on items, or are folks taking the time to do their homework, so if they have any questions on particular issues that they're getting the expertise and feedback from staff and or other entities, right? Because with all due respect, sometimes people may or may not like what staff has to say, so they go to another organization or somewhere else that may have an expertise that they can bring some value to the table. Totally healthy part of the discussion. We don't do that right now because there's so many things that have to get done. And so doing and working on creating an agenda that's actually going to be effective is going to be really important as we're moving forward, so that the items that are being brought forth are discussions that we can actually, we have an opportunity to have a real discussion, right? Because then what happens at 12 o'clock, everybody has to go, because I am reminded often, right? Having been an elected official who was a part-time elected official having 3 other jobs, that many folks, this is not their full-time job, even though they work like it's their full-time job. And I want to be very mindful of that, right? So when I give you a packet from an executive committee that has 1,000 papers and you got it a week before, that's a lot. And I think that we have a responsibility as an executive team to try to figure out, to work with staff, to figure, okay, what is urgent? What is, mandated? And how do we move this forward so that committees, when they're doing the work, they can bring it back? And so I'm not trying to digress, but I'm trying to figure out, I think there's some tools in the organizational management world that we can use so that we can actually have really good discussions about things so we get to yes, and so that we don't make it about you're all using the weighted vote, but instead what this is really about is let's have a really good discussion about how do we make things work for the regional communities.
And I really hope, well, good writing that. I thank you for trying for that. I really appreciate it. And I will help do what I can to help you towards that.
Yeah.
I'm just, to go back to the core of what I was trying to say, I just think we need to acknowledge, for example, that we have this tool of the weighted vote. If anyone wants to call for it, we just may have to need to internalize that the ramification of that will be 6 to 12 months of board dysfunction and the need to actually do another repair session like this off-site so we can start working well together. That might be the ramification, and we might not be able to get around that. So that should just be the consideration of potentially calling a weighted vote. That's all.
All right.
When we take use of it, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Yes, I'm going to have, go ahead. He was next. And then I'm going to go ahead and
yeah, great conversation. And the one observation I have is that as a council member in the city of Encinitas, we spent about $3 million in litigation and lawyers' fees to get our housing element in compliance with state law. And so to hear Mayor Bailey talk about $1 million, he's got a ways to go before he catches up with Encinitas. But the RENA system, Regional Housing Needs Assessment out of HCD, is broken. It doesn't work. And its goal is, I think, admirable. And I think that the one thing that came from having a compliant housing element is that Encinitas will now have a greater diversity of housing, which is what I think, my values say, is important for us to have regionally. And so while I understand the knockdown, drag-out fight over RENA by Solana Beach, Coronado, Lemon Grove, I think, and Del Mar, maybe? I don't know. There were 4. Okay, Imperial Beach. I get that. But I would challenge everyone to, what is the answer? What is the solution? How can we regionally have a diversity of housing that starts to address the crisis that we have with regard to affordability in the housing market? So I wish that this MPO didn't have to involve themselves in the RENA allocation, because I think the more important fight for us regionally is what we're going to do about our transportation. And that this RENA requirement gets in the way of having that transportation conversation. And so, I could tell from the tension that surrounds this issue, it's just not good for the board.
Yeah.
And
I appreciate
my goal with regard to AB 05 is to just get our business done with tally votes. And they're supermajority, because we're never going to pass a regional sales tax measure if it's not that way.
Yep. Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I want to.
That one in. I know we're done.
I really appreciated you saying that you're the oldest of 4, because I am as well. And so I say that because everyone, it is not a secret about how folks feel if I call for the weighted vote. I am acutely aware of how that's going to be responded to. So why would I do it? Because I want the residents of San Diego to be proportionally represented, and without calling for that vote, I do not think that they will be. That is the only reason. And so I want, just for the sake of transparency, folks to know that when folks say that it shouldn't be used, it's a non-starter as a conversation, right? I'm being honest. That does not mean that I want to use it often, though. And it doesn't mean that I will go out of my way to use it. In fact, what I've heard from this conversation is there's probably opportunities prior to the tally vote for me to communicate earlier and more clearly that this is what will help get me to yes and not require me to use the weighted vote. But the idea, the concept that I should not use that and not have my folks proportionally represented, I hope everyone here would understand why that would be absolutely a non-starter to me. The equity issue is central to this because, as has been noted repeatedly, this region was not planned for in an equitable way. I hope the overwhelming majority of us can recognize that. Not to pick on Del Mar, but I think the populations are important here. Not only are we more than 300 times bigger in terms of size, we just heard that 40% of your workforce comes from the city of San Diego. So yes, I want to ensure that my constituents who have to take a 2-hour bus ride to go do service sector jobs in wealthy white communities can have the best design system possible to make that commute cheaper, more efficient, and just better overall so they can spend time with their kids, so that they can have the quality of life that they deserve. Tony, I'm very intrigued by the idea of removing that RHNA piece from something that we have to wrestle with. So the goal, I hope, is to provide the housing that folks need and for us to figure out how to get there. But when the idea that San Diego would sit on the sidelines there is also unrealistic. Again, like the consequence of other cities not building housing to meet the needs of their workforce is that ends up falling on the shoulders of the city of San Diego. So I really have appreciated this conversation. Again, full sake of transparency, literal non-starter for me to commit to not using the weighted vote. I just want to be like completely blunt. And, so we're doing both and I will try to do better to communicate earlier on in the process about what I need to see in order to not call for a weighted vote. And hopefully that allows us to get to a place of greater consensus prior to the weighted vote and during the tally vote process so that isn't needed. I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that, that's on the table at all. And it's triggering as hell, folks, when you say, when it's implied that it shouldn't be used. Because you're literally telling me to let my folks be underrepresented. And I should be removed from office if I'm okay with that.
I appreciate that. Council member?
Thank you. I really appreciate this entire conversation. I really appreciate the different perspectives. I'm really honored representing National City as a council member to have Supervisor Nora Vargas, Chair Vargas, pushing forth, I think, a different vision for SANDAG because we have not had a seat at the table for a very long time. And you know, the reason I talked about the word harm that was triggering is because historically, communities like mine have been at times intentionally harmed when talking about regional plans for housing and excluding our folks through redlining, excluding us from purchasing property elsewhere, from driving up freeways and boxing us in, making us the most polluted city in the county by having industry that also pollutes our air. So these are constant issues that, I mean, I see, you know, Supervisor Chair Vargas trying to clear the slate, right? And folks like myself, I'm trying to clear the slate, but this is our lived reality that has been in place for decades. And so, you know, I really want to challenge everybody that although this contentious votes have happened, to try to clear the slate as much as possible, because the slate you may be carrying for a couple months, many of us have been carrying for decades, and oftentimes since before we were born. So I think it's incredibly important to look at it from another individual, another municipality's perspective. And one thing that we agreed on, and I really enjoyed the small conversations, we hated, none of us like to drive in LA. We hated driving in LA, right? Everybody can agree on that? Yeah? Okay, so maybe like crazy sprawling everywhere freeway, no public transit is a bad idea, right? So once we get, I really want to encourage folks that once we get through these fights that we have, that we kind of clear the slate and move on, because there's so much work to do, right? It's housing, it's transportation, it is regional planning, it's a million different things. So I really appreciate the conversation as a new member to SANDAG. I'm incredibly impressed by everybody at this room and by the leadership of our chair. So thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And so for purposes of time, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to turn it over to Becca. But I just wanted to say thank you for having, for all of you participating in a civil discussion, which is, I think, what we need more of, right? We're not the federal government. That's what I keep telling people. That's not what we want to emulate. What we want to do is do everything that we can to make sure that in the end, we're delivering for our communities. And every decision that I make, so that you know where I'm coming from, is community-centered. And I do make decisions on behalf of communities that haven't been represented for, decades. And so, but I have, like I said at the beginning, I think I've had conversations with most of you. If you are an alternate, I probably haven't had a chance to chat with you just yet because I am a little busy. But you all have my cell phone number. I'll put it up there. Do you remember my cell phone? 619, you all should have it. 619-339. Always willing to make time. Know that I also gave this number to 45,000 of my constituents, and they also do call me. It is my personal cell phone number. So, but I will do my best, and if I, for some reason, fail to respond to you, just reach out again, and I will do everything I can to call you and to follow up, because I do think that if we all come to the table with intentionality, right, and good faith, or in the end, we're going to do what's right for the community. And I think what I don't want us to forget is the power of SANDAG to really bring more money into our communities, to make sure that we're making change and that we have mobility opportunities for all, so that, we would have never had the $300 million for the Del Mar Bluff if the 3,000 people were not represented, right? Because it's a regional issue. Or we would not be having a conversation about East Otay Mesa and the impact that it has in terms of contamination, reducing contamination, and what it means for goods and services for the region, for the state, and for the nation. And so we have a lot of really good opportunities to move forward, and I hope that is how we lead as we're moving forward. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Becca. Thank you.
So I also just want to reflect back to you how fantastic I thought that conversation was. That was rich, robust, and I know that there's a lot of emotion and a lot of passion about it. So thank you all for stepping into that, and huge shout out to all of you who went back to the tools. I feel like I should have gold stars to give out. We have one more exercise that we'd like to do with you today. So between now and leaving, we have one more exercise. We went a little bit over because this was such a great conversation, so it's going to be shorter than we planned. But basically, all those flip charts that you filled out at your groups, they are now set up as a gallery in the other room. I'm looking at Ken. This one or that one? This one. So what we're going to do is go out there, and you're going to go read all the statements that other groups came up with. And you are going to have an opportunity, should you need it, to put a red sticker on anything you would be thumbs down on. Okay? So, oh yeah, thanks, I have a slide. It's the end of the day. I was like, oh right, it's written down. So if you are thumbs down on any of those statements, you can put a red sticker on it. And then we collectively will have a brief conversation about that. So I'm going to give you 10 to 15 minutes to walk through. You can grab the red stickers from Ken on the way out. I would like you to use the same frame that I could feel at the tables earlier, which is if you can live with it, no red sticker. That's sideways, right? So really you're just stickering the things you're like, ooh, nope, I don't like that at all. And then we'll have a debrief. Make sense? Stretch, get yourself some sugar or caffeine if you need it, and we'll finish up. Thank you. All right, folks. I hope most of you had a chance to read through most of these statements, or at least some of you have read through some of the statements so that we can have a little bit of a debrief. So what I wanted to ask you all to do is maybe if we can gather together and we'll kind of just look at the ones that have red dots and we'll have a conversation about those. So, are there any red dots on these first two over here? No. Okay. So the first place that I see red dots is a statement here that says, make public transportation safe for children. No. The next one. Lower the cost of living in San Diego. Okay, tell me why if you put a red dot on it, tell me why. Outside of the circle of control? Great. Someone want to, great. So we'll take that off. Yes. But I don't have a, here. Excellent. I know. Right, but it's outside of your circle of control, thank you. Okay, the next one I see dots next to is support or create policies that require road users to contribute to road maintenance based in part on usage. I'm gonna guess that there was a lot of conversation about that one because there's a lot of clauses in it. Anyone who put a red dot next to it wanna explain why and or propose an amendment?
Well, I just had issue with the second part based in part on usage.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the workers that are Uber drivers, landscapers, et cetera, could get hit the hardest just because of the nature of their job. So I think that's not equitable.
Okay, and the in part, I'm gonna guess a lot of conversation went into the in part on usage. Still a no-go for you?
Yes.
Okay, and could you edit it or amend it so that you would be okay with it? In a matter to be determined was the amendment. So if it said support or create policies that require road users to contribute to road maintenance and stopped there, could you agree with that? Using the word equitably? Thank you, Ken. How do people feel about that? No? Okay.
It was taken out. Yeah, being in the group that came up with that when we talked about this for a while because we wanted to tackle a controversial subject, and as having the equity statement, since equity means different things to different people, it was failing and not passing. And so the point was just, right now today, we were just getting alignment. Today as it exists, we have a system that's based upon road usage, which is the gas tax. In the future, we're just saying we need another system that's based upon road usage because gas tax is going to be meaningless as we get other forms of energy for transportation. So that was the basis. Thanks.
Thank you for explaining. With that context, how do we feel about this statement? Do we still have thumbs down?
When you think about, I think there's some other ones that we talk about for EVs, but we're not there yet. So I don't think there's anything wrong with supporting something like that, but being cognizant that we're not ready to just plug everybody into EVs because we don't have the grid, yada, yada, infrastructure stuff. But that read to me as another tax, a mileage tax, and I don't think VMTs are what my constituents want to see.
Could you amend this somehow that you could agree with it?
It's not just the direct users, the people who drive on the roads, that benefit from people driving on the roads. We have people who are older, 85-year-olds who cannot drive, and they depend on people being able to come and deliver to them. And some of those folks don't have the means to pay extra, a surcharge, to cover the vehicle miles traveled of the people who come deliver to them. There's unintended consequences when we try to work these formulas in there. Support or create policies that create the opportunity for road users? I don't know. I think we have a lot to work on number 8.
All right, I'm going to propose that this one comes off then. That this is not a place of consensus yet, but it could be a place of conversation that you're all going to need to have.
I'm okay if you want to take it off, but there are many utility systems and other costs that we have in our communities in which we make compensation for those who cannot pay, who are low income, and they all work quite well, whether it's your water bill, your electric bill. We do that. So I think when we come up with these little details, we say, oh, it won't work for so-and-so, we can accommodate that. The overall picture, though, is, let's make these systems work. We have to find some funding in some way. And there's lots of literature on this topic, and other states, Pennsylvania, Hawaii, Oregon, they're all moving in this direction, and they're doing so by piloting and addressing these issues that you just brought up in a smart way. But if we simply say we're not going to do it, I think we're not going to find a good solution to our issues.
So those that you mentioned, are they successful?
They're piloting it. Oh, absolutely. Most people who try it, 70, 90% says, bring it on. We want more of it because it works for us.
So I'm gonna suggest for now, let's take it off this. I don't want it to derail this whole conversation, but I'm gonna say if you did use a parking lot as a SANDAG board, this would be a conversation that you probably want to have more conversation about, right?
But the weird thing about it is that we already have a system, the policies that require road users to contribute to road maintenance because they do it based upon a gas tax. And what the goal of the road user charge was to do is to make it more equitable for those who drive EVs. But it became, this demagogish issue about road user charge. I agree that it's too soon to have that conversation because some of the pilots and how this would be implemented hasn't been resolved. So I agree with taking it out. But ultimately, we need to do better than we're doing right now because there's a whole bunch of EV drivers that don't pay.
Great, thank you. So let's cross it off for now. The next one, let's see, it's number 15 over there. Accommodate the future of self-driving vehicles. Red dot person?
I'm the red dot person.
Okay.
We have roads, and that already accommodates self-driving vehicles. The premise of that, I believe, is this notion that we're going to have a future with self-driving vehicles that are going to replace fixed route bus service and rail, and that's just a pipe dream. And so that's why I put the red dot there.
Okay, is there an edit that we could make to that you'd then be at least sideways on? Like, it could be keep an eye on the future of self-driving cars. It could be, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to do anything. It could be that you want to be thinking about it or watching it.
I would say maybe continue the development of self-driving vehicles with the hope that someday they will have a more useful role in transportation in our region or something to that effect. Self-driving isn't here. Teslas crash when they're on autopilot, and there's just a long way to go.
Or monitor. You're just like, maybe what you want to be doing is just watching it. Or would you like to sort of keep an eye on, monitor something?
Yeah,
the
I think
future
that's true. There may be a future, yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then. All right, on number 19, create county-wide housing policies that promote housing for a range of income levels. Okay.
I don't think SANDAG makes housing policies, but I would amend it that would say, help cities create policies that promote housing for a range of income levels.
How do people feel about that edit?
So help cities, so in other words, SANDAG's not going to create countywide housing policies, right? So the cities have that. So help cities create policies that promote housing for a range of income levels.
Feel generally good about that? Okay, great. All right, other side of the room. I'm not going to be able to read from this far. So the next one I see a dot on is every green form of transportation should be affordable for all. Who wants to talk about their red dot on that?
since I put that red dot on there, that may just be something from the perspective of me looking at things with too broad of a mindset. But the way I read that and the way I interpret that is, you know, at any point in the future, if we come up with a green technology that has to be affordable to green transportation technology, even if it's a Star Trek transporter, that has to be available to anybody who wants it. And I would be more inclined to say that multiple green transportation options must be, you know, objectively made available to everybody, but just not all of them or everyone. I just can't, that doesn't fit into what is unfortunately a capitalistic environment to me.
How do people feel about that? Show me some thumbs. What was that statement?
Just inviting him to come to Carlsbad, where we have Aptera Motors, EVs, 40 grand gets you in. They haven't started production yet, but it's an amazing green alternative.
Okay, so yeah, thank you.
Sorry, that was my group, and perhaps we didn't state it as well as we should have, but the logic behind that statement was right now electric vehicles are mega expensive and a lot of folks cannot afford them. So at least my perspective when we were talking about this, having this discussion at our table, was make electric vehicles accessible to all income levels.
Okay. I'm wondering if maybe the edit could just be taking out every, and it should be green forms of transportation should be accessible to all.
I think it's important to recognize that EV is really the green transportation that we're moving toward. And it's batteries that are expensive. It's the batteries in the vehicles. And that's what's keeping it from getting into less expensive vehicles, because the battery is such a big part of the cost. Now, battery technology is coming down. Can SANDAG, so now comes to circle of influence, can SANDAG somehow influence the cost of batteries?
Great. Okay, how about work to make green forms of transportation affordable to all?
Yeah, there you go.
Great. All right, and then, we have one with tons of dots over here. This was my group. We're actually just testing if you were reading. So the statement says SANDAG board members hate state mandates, because we were talking about state mandates. So we're not even going to discuss that one. We're just going to cross it out. It was mostly to make you all laugh. So here's what I want you to reflect on. Look around this room at all the things that you all agree on as SANDAG board members, right? So what I want you to do is really reflect on that and think about how you're going to use this foundation to set your next set of agendas, right? Going forward over the next 2 years, what can you build off of on all of these statements that then you can use to be the productive and effective board that you want to be? So, are there any logistics I need to share with folks? We're going to public comment now, right? Thank you.
Have to do that. So, everyone, if we can just take, we have about 4 folks who have public comment, and they've been very gracious and waiting. But before we do that, before I go to public comment, can you just help me in giving Becca and the SANDAG team a big round of applause? And we're going to be having, we'll talk about dinner and all that stuff in a minute, but I just want to make sure that I just say how grateful I am to all of them. And then I also want to say thank you to all of you for being so willing to be very intentional and be sharing your insights. And I think it's been a very, very productive day. So I appreciate you being so honest and open and willing to have good discussion. So with that, I think we've made some progress, and I'm going to turn it over now to Lucinda for public comment. And Lucinda, over here. Sorry.
Madam Chair, we have 4 public commenters. First one is Carolina Martinez, and after that will be Catherine Rhodes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carolina with the Environmental Health Coalition and the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. We're here to ensure that all the board members and audience understand the weighted vote. Weighted voting makes sure the needs of all communities are fairly represented. It is when each member's vote is weighted to reflect the size of the population they represent. For example, the city of San Diego has 1.3 million people. Its vote counts more than the city of Del Mar, whose population is 4,000. If Del Mar vote counted the same as San Diego, one of its residents would have about 350 times more the voting power of a San Diego resident. That is not fair. Weighted voting is fair, so why are some cities against it? Some smaller cities and mostly wealthier cities on the SANDAG board don't like the weighted vote because they think the residents matter more than residents in other cities. Before the weighted vote in 2017, Governor Newsom signed AB 805 into law. It reformed San Diego's transportation agencies, including SANDAG, to ensure fair representation of all San Diego communities. Prior to 2017, the voting structure of SANDAG gave more influence to smaller cities, affluent cities like Del Mar and other cities, which led to the neglect of transit-dependent communities, and they were further impacted by pollution and continuous lack of accessible transportation. And I want to elevate that is resulting in greenhouse gas emissions and racist policies. So we hope that this is helpful to understand the weighted vote. Thank you.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm talking about the weighted vote also. And so anyway, I just looked up the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Department of Transportation documentation, and I put it on Twitter. So if you go and put SANDAG on Twitter, you'll find it. But for, there's a total of 276 MPOs, and 36 of them, or 13%, have the weighted vote. But if you go for the MPOs that have over 1 million plus in population, 10 of the 38, or 26%, have the weighted vote. And for the other people who don't have the weighted vote, what they do sometimes is, they have it here, to strike a political balance, additional seats are often proportionate to larger jurisdictions for each member having a single unweighted vote. Like, for example, San Diego would have 2 tally votes instead of 1 tally vote because they're bigger or whatever you wanted to do. So, flat out, 26% of big cities or big MPOs have the weighted vote. And it's probably even more than that just only have 1 per each jurisdiction. Thank you so much.
Our next commenter is Karen O'Laughlin.
Hi, SANDAG board members. My name is Kiara O'Laughlin, and I'm a researcher and policy advocate at the Center on Policy Initiatives, and we're a member of the Transportation Equity Working Group. We advocate for affordable and frequent transit solutions that will benefit all San Diegans, especially residents at the front lines of the climate crisis in Barrio Logan, City Heights, and National City. Our region needs environmentally justice-specific transit solutions to address the climate crisis, increase mobility, and connect workers to jobs. In our current system, on-road transportation is the top contributor to the county's GHG emissions, representing 45% of total emissions. There is also a significant lack of accessible transit options. Public transportation can take 2 to 3 times longer than driving in a car, and this severely limits the access to jobs and other necessities, especially for transit-dependent and low-income individuals. We need a transit-forward system where equity is at the forefront of planning. Our 10 transit lifelines call for free transit for youth 24 and under, bus service every 10 minutes, 24-hour Blue Line Express, 24-hour bus service, a purple line that connects EJ communities in Central City Heights and the South Bay to Sorrento Valley, an all-electric bus fleet by 2030, anti-displacement protections and restroom access, and an emergency-ready transit system. Creating a transit system that works for everyone also means ensuring that decision-making reflects the people's will. SANDAG's weighted voting system helps make sure the needs of all communities are fairly represented, with each board member's vote weighted to reflect the size of the population they represent. Opposition to the weighted vote is a resistance to a more equitable transit system and the transit that we need. Any call to change this system will only further neglect the needs of transit-dependent and environmental justice communities. As SANDAG works to build a more robust, equitable, and sustainable transit system, the weighted vote ensures San Diego's transit communities are fairly represented and will continue to help shift SANDAG's focus to prioritize a transit-forward future. Thank you.
Our final commenter, Enrique de la Cruz.
Good afternoon. I'm going to read a statement by one of our City Heights Community Action Team members, Roddy Jerome. He actually works as a caretaker and he couldn't get off work. But he sent his statement. Good afternoon. My name is Roddy Jerome, and I'm a member of the City Heights Community Action Team. I'm here to share my thoughts on the importance of the weighted vote and to represent other community members in City Heights who unfortunately are not able to be here to share the words. I would like to recommend that if an item is on a SANDAG retreat agenda, that the time be given for us, the public, to be able to comment then and there instead of providing just time at the beginning and just time at the end for public comments. As someone who has seen how much the weighted vote has helped our communities in San Diego, I can tell you that the weighted vote has allowed cities and communities with higher populations, that is to say higher needs, to be heard and to have those needs be prioritized. As someone that used public transit for decades, I know how important it is for SANDAG and other entities in San Diego to prioritize funding for public transit, and in particular, operations funding. Our communities are making strides to push for public transit, which is a lifeline for so many here in San Diego, to be a priority and to keep equity at the forefront in conversations such as this one. However, our work continues, and we need to respect the weighted vote so that all of our communities have their voices uplifted and centered. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment.
All right. Thank you so much for all the members of the public that joined us today and who have been here throughout the trajectory. I really, really appreciate it. For all of our board members, this is a good time. If you haven't checked in, it's a good time to check in. Our dinner is at 6:30. I promise it's not sandwiches, but it is healthy, unfortunately. I'm just kidding. It is good food. It's no worries. I'm just joking. But it's we're going to be at the Oak Room C at 6:30. And then before we leave, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that there is no keynote speaker, so you get to have a little bit of fun and enjoy some time with each other, because we thought that that was really important. But in addition to that, we are going to have an exercise that we're going to do there, and that includes all of you sharing what your favorite quote is. So I'm going to give you some homework, so if you can think about it between now and then, just Google whatever you want. Or if you need help with that, just let me know. We'll figure out how to help you. But if you could be ready to engage later on today. And for now, enjoy yourselves, take a mini break, and we'll see you at 6:30 in the Oak Room C. And again, thank you for all of your participation, and we'll see you in a bit. Oh, meeting adjourned, or retreat adjourned, right?